more than 1,200 American students to Portugal. The US-Portugal Campus, an initiative developed by FLAD in partnership with Fulbright and the National Erasmus Plus Agency, which combines resources and the know-how to promote greater knowledge of the education systems. The co-sponsorship of the Portuguese Pavilion at NASA, which allows for the participation of Portuguese higher education institutions in the largest internationalization fair for higher education in the US, Ensino Superior, a new and recently created FLAD program that selects and finances innovative collaborative projects between higher education institutions in Portugal and the US. I'm proud to say, and I'm very pleased to say, that we received 45 applications and that the results of this open call will be known tomorrow at noon here at FLAD Forum. Additionally, FLAD continues to support and to provide grants to US-based scholars, such as the FLAD Torre do Tombo, the National Archives, FLAD Biblioteca Nacional, the National Library, and the recent grant line that allows for applicants to apply to any archival site in Portugal. Lastly, FLAD also sponsors visiting faculty positions in the US at Brown University, Georgetown, US Mass Dartmouth, and US Mass Lowell. We want to continue to support and promote efforts to internationalize Portuguese higher education through collaboration with the US. It's a fundamental part of our mission. I wish you all a very productive forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rita and Michael and the whole FLAD team. When you do something with FLAD, Rita was the first person I met when I came here to Portugal. I walked across the street and I said, we are going to be the greatest of partners. And we have. You guys are so lucky to be here. Anything that FLAD does, they do it. They are focused and classy, and it's just a great, great pleasure. So you have quite a treat ahead of you. And of course, needless to say, our embassy team works side by side, hopefully in the same way. So welcome. I know we're all happy to be here to celebrate and expand academic exchange. I want to thank FLAD, Fulbright, and the government of Portugal for committing to increase exchange opportunities for students and professionals, something that the U.S. Embassy supports in so many ways. Just last week, I celebrated my 6-month anniversary here in Portugal. I've met amazing people, and I continue to learn about exciting opportunities and things I'm interested in my old life particularly, arts, education, culture, and of course, growing economic prosperity in the transatlantic relationship. The educational, personal, and long-term benefits of participating in these exchange programs, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, are tangible and far-reaching. Academic partnerships and exchanges create a community of expertise, collaboration, and joint economic prosperity. They create institutional partnerships and research collaborations that will continue to have positive influences long after the exchanges are over. As many of you know, Fulbright is the State Department's flagship academic exchange program. It began after World War II to foster mutual understanding. Today, Fulbright exists in 116 countries with more than 8,000 participants worldwide. And Portugal is home to one of the 49 Fulbright commissions, and Fulbright Portugal has earned and maintained a reputation of excellence for more than 60 years, and we have our fearless Fulbright leader here, Otilia Reese, who will speak with you later in the program. She's extraordinary, and what she does here alongside our team is really impressive. So the State Department, as I'm sure you know, provides dozens of other exchange opportunities in the areas of arts and culture, technology. As many of you know, the Web Summit is coming in about a week and a half, so we will be descended upon by about 70,000 tech professionals. So try to get out of town beforehand if you can. Professional development and youth-based exchange. Our Public Affairs Officer, Penny Reckamer, will share information about many of these things with you as well. We're excited, of course, about the collaboration of Fulbright, FLAD, and Erasmus to launch the U.S. Portugal campus. This will allow us to develop deeper connections between higher education institutions in our two countries. I was really glad to hear that several of you were part of the delegation of Portuguese higher education professionals who visited California in May to seek partnerships with universities and the Portuguese community, and we look forward to supporting all of your efforts there. I think we'll all agree, particularly in the times that we are in today, that living and learning together with people from different countries and different cultures, through that, we can shape a more positive vision for our communities and for the world. So you are our partners in that, and we thank you. I know the next 2 days will be enriching and fun, and I want you to enjoy them, and we look forward to supporting your work and seeing all the fantastic things that you'll accomplish together. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Oh, I hope my mic is not creating havoc. Well, welcome everyone. It's really nice to have you all here. Ambassador Randy Sharner-Levine, I know your day is crazy today and you have to leave very shortly because I think a Minister of Finance is waiting, but I want to thank you for making the time to be with us. Also to my colleague and our president here at FLAD, Rita Faden, for making the time to help us open this event. To our fellow panelists and guests, some of whom have traveled quite far to be with us here today. I thank you for making the effort. And of course, to my fellow colleagues here at FLAD and from the USA Portugal Campus project, which you're going to hear more about in detail in the coming panel. So give a shout out of some thank yous that helped really make this day possible. So first to Dr. Ricardo Pereira, who is here with us. He is a longtime co-collaborator since our days at UMass in Lisbon way back when, I think about 10 years ago. And now he's the coordinator of the education area here at FLAD, and he's really been kind of both a brainchild and a relentless kind of pusher for this event and this project. And so I just want to take this moment to thank him for all of his hard work in helping to help execute it. Dr. Paula Vicente, doutora Paula Vicente, não sei onde é que ela está. Lá está, Paula, our most experienced member here at FLAD, of the FLAD team, and someone with whom I've had the pleasure to co-organize a number of different conferences and projects at FLAD over the years. She's a phenomenal resource, and I just also want to thank her for all of her hard work. Sylvia and Genesis, who you all, I think, met on the way in. They're also part of this education team, and basically we had to chew gum and sort of juggle at the same time to pull this event off, and I want to thank them for all their hard work with our students who are here through the SIPN project and who continue to be here while we're organizing this. Also, just a quick shout out to Professora Ana Cristina Perdigão and Otília Reis, our co-collaborators in this USA Portugal Campus project, of which this event is certainly a part. Also to all of our communications folks here and the IT folks at FLAD who helped pull this event off. I really thank you. So why are we here, and sort of what's the idea behind this event in a nutshell? I think, as you'll hear from my presentation in a little bit, I've had a little bit of experience in helping to bring US students to Portugal. This is really kind of one of the key goals of the education area at FLAD, among others. I've also had a little bit of experience with the Portuguese higher ed system, having, over the last 25 years or so, in various sort of back and forth moments, having taught at ISEG, part of the University of Lisbon, at Isqueté, and now at the Universidade Católica. And, if there's one thing that I guess you could say I've learned in that time, is that the Portuguese universities really don't need help with internationalization. They're already quite internationalized. But by and large, the focus has, for the most part, been on the Erasmus student and through these balanced exchange models that link the various European countries. And they've been quite successful at that. What I think you're going to see in some of the upcoming presentations is that the focus and the attention on the North American market and student model has been less successful for lots of different reasons. But there's really kind of a moment right now, partially because of the influx of Americans, who I think are now the fastest growing group here in Portugal. And so there's really kind of, you'll see right up until the pandemic, you'll see the numbers are really kind of going off the chart in terms of growth. In fact, Portugal had the fastest rate of growth for recruiting US students of any country in the European Union up until the pandemic. And so this is kind of a strategic moment for us, I think, to reflect, to strategize, to think about, how do we move forward in terms of reaching out to the US student market. I want to just say a couple quick words and then we'll move on. And that is that, this project is part of this USA Portugal Campus Initiative, which, as Rita mentioned, is led by both FLAD, the Fulbright Commission, and the Erasmus Plus National Agency. And the goal is essentially to sort of bring international expertise, both American, European, and Portuguese, to sort of share best practices with everyone. And that's why we're also doing this live online right now for those who couldn't be here with us today. The goal is, there's a website, you can go to it. All the events are archived, recorded and put up on the website. And so the idea is that the staff of the various international relations offices, vice rectors, folks who are working in internationalization can use the website as a resource when their time and energy allows for it. So, basically, I just want to say thank you all for being here. I hope we have a nice day and a half. Hopefully the weather will allow us to have a nice sort of social event at the end of today's events here outside. If not, we'll do it inside. And again, thank you all for coming. I appreciate it.
Okay, let's get it started. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ricardo Pereira. I'm part of FLAD's team, and it's my pleasure to serve as moderator this morning. It's really very exciting to be part of this FLAD First Forum on Portugal and US higher education, and part of this community really that connects both Portugal and US, and with that, the advancement of the country. A warm welcome to you all, for the ones here and the ones attending online. This session will be recorded and will be made available for the ones that can enjoy later on. During this first panel, we'll be hearing from this set of distinguished guests, thank you for accepting the invite, about outreach strategies and mechanisms for a better and more intense cooperation with US higher education institutions. Each speaker will have about 15 minutes, and we'll follow the order as it's written on the program. Comments and questions, hopefully we'll have plenty of them at the end, please. And I won't be extensively presenting each of the guest speakers, as their CVs are, as long as they are brilliant, it's difficult to take shortcuts here. So if you haven't yet, feel free to access their bios by using the QR code or the program online. You just have to click on their names, and it will take you to their full bios. So without further ado, I kindly ask Zita Martins, National Co-Director of MIT Portugal, to present us MIT Portugal program, Bridging Research and Education for 15 years. Thank you, Zita.
Okay. Clicker. In the meantime, I would like to say good morning to all, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here talking about the MIT Portugal program. So it's been 15 years of this international partnership, and I would like to tell you a little bit about it. Okay, let's see.
I guess help is on its way.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm pointing towards the direction they told me to. I'm doing everything. Okay. Okay, let me know. Let's see. Okay. So I'd like now kindly to ask to play the video. and the sound on, please. If they could put the sound on and play it from the beginning, please.
That's where the MIT Portugal program comes in. A collaboration which inspires a unique environment where as humans, we thirst for knowledge. We ask profound and difficult questions, and we yearn to understand our role in the universe. We are constantly adapting to an ever-changing world where unforeseen challenges arise and age-old problems only seem to worsen. That's where the MIT Portugal program comes in. A collaboration which inspires a unique environment where science, technological research, and education all flourish.
MIT Portugal has a history of turning research projects into products and solutions. This collaborative ecosystem targets innovative research projects with the potential to address complex global challenges like climate change and building sustainable cities.
Since 2006, the MIT Portugal program has facilitated academic and research opportunities for students and faculty. The program has also developed an international partnership of global players with a common goal of creating a sustainable impact on people, research, universities, and industry.
We love the collaborations between faculty, students, and researchers from MIT and Portugal. We all share a culture of hard work and a focus on sustainability. I know MPP will continue to thrive as we create new opportunities for the MIT Portugal community.
Our thirst for knowledge is never fully quenched, as our questions never cease. The MIT Portugal program challenges the global community to engage with cutting-edge research and ideas.
We promote a series of activities to challenge the community. For example, the Blue Origin Payload competition, where Portuguese university students work with MIT teammates to design a nano-experiment to fly with Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. We also have workshops on digital transformation and data science as a driver for research, development, and many other opportunities for students to study at MIT and in Portugal.
MIT Portugal program wants to change the world and leave an indelible mark by driving research and innovation in 4 emerging areas: climate science and climate change, earth systems, digital transformation, and sustainable cities.
Last year, MPP launched several initiatives that funded 7 flagship projects and 35 seed and exploratory projects. We also funded 40 PhD doctoral grants for students studying in Portuguese universities. Each of these is a collaboration between the Portuguese R&D ecosystem and MIT.
In the end, we know that all our answers will only create more questions, and the cycle will continue as the world evolves. MIT Portugal program.
Okay, so you've seen a very brief summary of what MIT Portugal program is about. And it's actually, as the video said, it's an agreement between the Portuguese government and MIT, and that obviously involves Portuguese universities and research centers, PTE laboratories, and also companies here in Portugal. So it brings a large community together from both sides of the ocean, from Portugal and the US. And our main goal is to increase the critical mass here in Portugal in order to address very complex questions that we have both here in Portugal, but also in general in our society and in our world. So we do that by 3 main pillars: research, education, and innovation. So we had, just to give you an idea, we had 3 phases since 2007. Phase 1 and Phase 2 was mainly focused on education program, where we had the creation of 7 PhD and also executive master programs. And there was definitely a protocol established between students and faculty to go here from Portugal to the US and from the US to Portugal. So there was an official sign exchange program. Just to tell you that on phase 1 and phase 2, so phase 1, as I said, it went from 2006-07 until 2013. The main research areas were engineering, design, and advanced manufacturing, bioengineering systems, sustainable energy systems, and transportation system. So again, these 2 phases will mainly focus on education. And this worked out really well, and I'll show you a few numbers in a couple of minutes. In phase 3, the approach is completely different. So phase 3 started in 2018. There was not an official exchange program between students and research faculties to go to the US. In that case, phase 3 was mainly based on research. We continue to have a call for PhD grants, but mainly phase 3 was focused on research. We had several flagship and exploratory projects. Flagships are really big projects funded in the order of 1 million or 2 million euros. Exploratory projects are 1-year projects, short ones 50K, so to kickstart ideas. In those projects, in the flagship and on the exploratory, there was opportunity, obviously, for the students, the undergraduate students and the PhD students to go to the US and in particular to go to MIT. Our official protocol for students in faculty exchange will start, hopefully, in 2024. Also, just to give an idea that we completely changed the main focus areas. So now the focus areas are climate science and climate change, Earth systems, and that includes oceans to near Earth, digital transformation in manufacturing, and sustainable cities. All those 4 areas are anchored on data science. And so, in these 15 years that we're celebrating this year, there were mainly 2 approaches. Phase 1 and phase 2, as I mentioned, it was education-driven, and on phase 3, we're now research-driven. Just to give you a few facts and figures, because I think it's important, on phase 1 and phase 2, we had 79 collaborative research projects and 7 graduated programs for PhD, 3 masters. We had more than 1,000 PhD and master students, 200 students visit the MIT, and 44 scholars also visit the MIT. So our alumni are from different backgrounds. They are now 26% are now researchers in academia, 12 are professors or lecturers at higher education, 27% went into industry, and 4% researchers in industry, and 5% started their own companies, and that's worthwhile. In terms of innovation in entrepreneurship, we had 83 startups that generated more than 80 million euros and more than 450 jobs created. More than 20 startups created by our alumni, such as Sensei and Lim Therapeutics, and more than 30 startups created by MPP faculty. So the numbers let us, all of us, very, very proud of our alumni. So just to give you a few examples, there are many, many more, but those are some of the faces that visit MIT while they're doing their PhDs. So we have Vasco Portugal, he's now CEO and co-founder of Sensei. We have Maria Pereira, co-founder and Chief Innovative Officer at Itium. We have Ana Rita Neves, Science Policy at the European Commission Joint Research Center, and we have many, many more, and I could spend the whole morning talking about all of them. I just want to highlight the feedback we got from Daniela Couto that said, the MIT Portugal had a positive impact on my career. The opportunity to be integrated into the ecosystem of MIT and Boston was a key to the developing a deep interest in startups and venture capitals in biotechnology areas, and the ambition to move forward with my own projects on a world scale. I ended up starting my first startup, Cell2B, in Portugal, together with 3 colleagues from the MIT Portugal program, and with the technology intellectual property from MIT and Instituições Superior Técnicas. So definitely, the education exchange programs were really a key point for many and so many of our students. Now, the current phase, it's called MIT 2030. We started this new phase in 2018. As I said, the four main research areas are climate change and climate science, earth systems, digital transformation in manufacturing, and sustainable cities, all anchored on data science. So this is to address all the current challenges we have in our society. And of course, some facts and figures, they're not complete because it's still ongoing, this phase 3, but we already have 82 collaborative research projects included on the 7 flagship projects with 50 PhD students and master students. We had already 3 calls for PhD grants. We hope for more PhD calls next. We had 73 PhD students selected on the first 2 calls, and now we've just published the results of our 3rd call. We had 5 students visiting the MIT in the US, and again, as I said, the protocol, the official protocol to exchange students and faculty should begin in 2024. But this is not the only way for students currently to visit MIT, and for MIT students also to visit us. We had, for example, very recent this summer, a marine robotics summer school in the Azores. It was a huge success. We decided that people should meet halfway, so not always here in Portugal, but people should meet in Azores. So we had people coming from Boston, people coming from different universities here in continental Portugal going to Azores, and everybody loved this marine school. We also had PhD students and master students going to MIT during the Space Week at MIT. It was a very important experience for all these students. We have students also sending their experiments on Blue Origin, and obviously we had many faculties from MIT visiting us in Portugal. And just to mention this workshop a year ago in October, that modeling resources efficient districts were discussed at Instituições Superior Technique, and many more workshops throughout the years. So just the final thoughts. The main ideas of what I wanted to tell you today is that there are many ways to approach this question of students and education exchange between Portugal and US. We had a first and second phase on the MIT Portugal program where education was the main focus, and we had several students visiting MIT and faculty visiting the MIT, and this was crucial to have knowledge exchange and for lots of our know-how of our students. But obviously, as you've seen, this is not the only model that we can use. We are now successfully running a 3rd phase, and this is where research kicks in. We've seen that Portugal is now a key player worldwide in terms of research, and there are lots of collaborations that have been place internationally, and because of that, obviously, research is a key step in Portugal and in our higher education. And so research is also a way to have students visiting MIT. You don't need to have officially an exchange program for students and staff members to go and visit MIT. So there are several ways that the 2 countries, Portugal and US, can collaborate. So even without this established protocol currently, as again, I hope that we'll have that in place and starting in 2024. There are lots of advantages and lots of ways that staff and students can go and visit the MIT. And obviously what we want in the next few years is again to bring all the US staff and lots of our colleagues that we've been collaborating throughout the years visiting us here in Portugal. At the end of the day, what we want is to build a community that bridges together research center, research, laboratories, industry, and universities, both in the US and in Portugal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zita. Quite remarkable. Michael Baum, please. Michael Baum, Executive Board of FLAD, as well as professor at Universidade Católica Portuguesa, and is going to present us consortium models for undergraduate student recruitment, US to Portugal.
Good morning again. All right, so if the first presentation was primarily focused on graduate level mobilities and students, right? The second panel, or at least my focus, is going to be more on the undergraduate student at the level of the licenciatura. And I'm hopefully that I'll be able to say something in terms of the outline here, why internationalization and why undergraduates from the US. I'm going to tell a little bit of a personal backstory, because not just for the desire to share, but really because I think one of the key lessons, at least in my own background, has been the focus on faculty motivation. It's one factor that I think Portuguese universities really kind of need to spend a little bit of time thinking about in terms of working with US faculty and what their motivation is, or motivations are. Also, hopefully I can shed a little bit of light about both the benefits and, frankly, some of the challenges of working through networks, right? We often kind of think of networks as just naturally being more powerful, and I'm going to try and sort of talk about the cup being both half full and half empty. There are certainly challenges with it, and hopefully a few of the lessons that I've learned along the way. So first of all, I said this earlier in my previous comments. I think now is a really kind of key moment in terms of reaching out to the U.S. Portugal is clearly, whenever my mom's parents start talking about their desire to come to Portugal, my mom's friends, I should say. My mom's parents, yeah, they're still alive, but but in any case, it's clearly like in the U.S., Portugal is on the radar now, as you all know, and I think the fact that so many Americans are now traveling and coming here also helps put Portuguese higher ed on Americans' radar. Up until the pandemic, we had nearly 400,000 U.S. students going abroad a year. What you can see by the chart is that for a long time, this was the thing that really, in part, motivated me when I was at the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, was, I just had so few American students who knew anything about contemporary Portugal. And I was teaching at the school that was in the heart of the Portuguese-American community. But their level of knowledge about Portugal was really just not there. And when I landed here at FLAD back in 14, we had started to see the beginning of this growth, but I really felt like in some ways, creating this project SIPN could kind of add some fuel to the fire. And as you can see, up until the pandemic, the numbers of U.S. students coming to Portugal grew tremendously. Of course, that's still a relatively small number, as you'll see in a moment. A little over 1,000 students from the U.S. per year is still about a fourth of what, say, Greece is drawing or what the Czech Republic is drawing. And I think there's still a tremendous amount of room for Portugal to recruit more U.S. students to come here. So, I could talk a lot at length, but I'm not going to do it, about the advantages for U.S. colleges and universities to internationalize. But how does Portuguese academia benefit from having particularly U.S. undergraduates here? I think for some of the same reasons that U.S. HEIs, higher ed institutions, are trying to internationalize. Of course, rankings matter, having more diverse classrooms, integrated programs. This is one of the aspects that was behind the whole UP initiative, was the creation of new initiatives, dual degree and dual diploma type initiatives. We all are, of course, interested in seeing more cross-national research links happening between Portuguese and international scholars. I think we also should be very honest about, what's going on. There is a certain market logic that's behind all of this internationalization. It's Philip Altbach and others have talked about how the internationalization of higher ed is part of the entire globalization story. And so, of course, there's an interest by Portuguese schools in seeing, U.S. students who generally pay much higher fees coming to Portugal, and through this differential tuition model that was created during the Passos Coelho government, I believe, was what allowed for this difference in propinas and fees. Also, I think Portuguese universities need to realize that there is also another sort of market potential, that most of the schools have not really tried to exploit directly, and that is through these so-called customized faculty-led programs. You're going to hear more about them during the various presentations this week, but I think it's an area that certainly Portuguese schools themselves can also get in on this, and they have the expertise and the capacity to do it, and partially that's what this whole conference is about, is sharing how other players are doing this, and whether it's going to be something that Portuguese universities want to take on is going to be an open question that we hopefully we'll address in this conference. Also, I think having more U.S. undergraduates who are here, whether that's for short-term programs or for semester study, is a classic opportunity to introduce them to your graduate programs. You know, the graduate programs made in Portugal, most of which, or many of which, are taught in English, right? And so having undergraduates who are here is a great opportunity for recruitment while they're here. And finally, this idea of cross-national fertilization, fresh ideas, curricular innovation. What about Portugal? How does Portugal or Portuguese society, the Portuguese economy, potentially benefit? I have a few photos here of previous customized programs that we've had from Johnson & Wales, a hotel and hospitality program that took them up north to the Serra da Estrela, and they learned all about Burel and you know, everything that's going on in the interior. And these are the folks who are going to be outfitting hotels and restaurants in the United States with ideally some Portuguese product that they learned about while they were here. So there's clearly some direct and indirect economic benefits as an export industry. Also, as I said, it sort of builds the Made in Portugal brand. Just to give you an idea, I couldn't find a lot of systematic data on the economic impact of international students who are here in Portugal. There was an interesting study that was made up at the Polytechnic de Bragança that was published back in about 16, 17, and it was a survey that looked at just the 1,500 students from IPB, and it suggested that based on their spending habits, the impact was about 12.3 million. That's just for 1,500 international students who were here. The study also found that the Erasmus students, and we could also extrapolate here, the US students, spend quite a bit more per capita than most of the students that were in that survey. So the impact financially is great. What I can tell you, where there is good data, is on the impact of international students in the United States. And here, just to give you an idea, this was all pre-pandemic data, but about 5.5% of all higher ed students in the USA are coming from overseas, or international, I should say. And they contributed about $45 billion US to the US economy. And of course, that supports many thousands of jobs. The other thing I'll mention is that having these US undergraduates and graduate students here is also a classic opportunity of sort of global talent coming to Portugal's door. And I think, you know, what we're seeing now with some of the initiatives by the government to draw, you know, the digital nomads and some of these visa opportunities that exist as a recognition that this is kind of a historic opportunity to have some of these people stick around longer. So let me move on to this whole personal case study and how this sort of, I think, illustrates the importance of faculty motivation. You know, there was, and there is, an organic interest in Portugal within the Portuguese diaspora community. Of course, they're naturally interested in Portugal. But what I saw with my students, and I had at UMass Dartmouth about 25% of our student population are of, you know, Portuguese ethnic background, and many times they don't have Portuguese ethnic names, right? But in fact, their mother was Portuguese and came from the Açores, but married an Irishman, and so, you know, their name is Macala or something. But you know, I had a lot of students of this background, and by and large, many of them had either never been to contemporary Portugal, had been there when they were like 4 years old and visited a small village in the Açores, and you know, their image of Portugal was just very, very outdated. And so, as a result of a second Fulbright that I had in Portugal back in 2000, there's Otília, you know, a good friend of mine, Antonio Goxa Soares, who João knows very well, he and I kind of cooked up this idea of a summer program. And here, I think, to me, this is one of the important models I want to get across. We often have US faculty who want to come and teach here in Portugal for the summer. But for Portuguese universities, having, you know, an American bubble program that just kind of comes in and flows through and then leaves, it's not so interesting. I think it's much more interesting when you can involve this sort of co-teaching model, where you have both Portuguese and US faculty either teaching together, or in my and Antonio's case, I taught one class, Antonio taught the other class. It was How's It Zeg, and we did this for about almost 13 years. I think we had 10 versions of the program run. And, you know, clearly this was something that helped my students tremendously. I can't tell you how gratifying it was to have, you know, my students come here and just kind of do one of these. You know, when they saw Lisbon, they had no idea how sort of, you know, first world. Their vision of Portugal was like, you know, Portugal from the 1950s. You know, it was just so outdated, and so for them it was a real eye opener, and I think it really helped to energize them. Many of them were first-generation college students, so this also had a tremendous impact on their careers. But what was also key, and I got to be honest, you know, there was a personal motivation at the faculty level. My wife's Portuguese and from Lisbon, and so I had a lot of interest in coming to Lisbon each summer. And I think this is something that, again, Portuguese universities can strategize about when they target particular partners that they want to work with. I think you really need to be attentive to what the U.S. faculty members' motivations are. You know, this was a program that in some ways had legs because, well, I was willing to provide energy to make it happen every year and wanted to come back to Portugal. And that's, I think, something we need to recognize. In terms of the benefits and challenges of working with networks. So after doing this summer program for 10, 11 years, I kind of had this crazy idea that, thank goodness, FLAD thought was not so crazy. And the idea was, well, you know, we've been doing summer programs. What about a year-round program? And so this was how the UMass in Lisbon project got started. It was a year-round program for U.S. undergraduates to come, in this case, to Isqueté, which is where it was based. FLAD, under the leadership of Maria de Lourdes, basically, you know, helped get some seed money to us, and that honestly helped to, you know, get attention at the UMass level. And this is another lesson, I guess you could say, I've learned, is that, you know, many times getting Portugal on the radar at U.S. universities isn't the easiest thing in the world, but having a little bit of seed money, having some skin in the game from the external side certainly helps on the U.S. side. And so that was the case with UMass in Lisbon. What was consortium about it was that at UMass, we have a system, but we rarely work as a system. And so the idea was that the consortium would bring a U.S. faculty member on a rotating basis from each of the UMass campuses, and they would teach in Portugal for a semester in whatever their field was. And you know, the provost of the system liked the idea. The external money, I think helped. And you know, we managed to get this up and running, Ricardo, and that's how we got to know each other back in 2012. It was working very well when I got the invitation from the U.S. Embassy to come and be here at FLAD back in 2014. And what happened very quickly was that, okay, your faculty champion, the person on campus who was really driving this, now is doing something else. And basically within, I would say, less than 6 months, what we found out was that my campus decided, UMass Dartmouth decided to take the program and essentially hand it over to you know, a for-profit U.S. study abroad provider, in this case API. And so I think this is another lesson, that when you sort of create a new program and it's really based on a particular faculty champion, you got to also recognize that as a potential weakness. If that faculty member goes on maternity leave, or if that faculty member has a sabbatical, or suddenly they develop a new research interest in Brazil, or whatever, your program can be at risk, right? So you want to try and always sort of diversify your faculty champions and have more than just one. And I think UMass in Lisbon is perhaps a good illustration of that. Fortunately, I think I came to FLAD, and FLAD has some modest resources and some expertise, and so we had this kind of crazy idea of doing something even a bit more ambitious, and that was how the Study in Portugal Network program was born. SIPN was really this idea of sort of turning UMass in Lisbon on its head. Instead of having a consortium of US schools you know, coming through the UMass system, the idea was, well, Lisbon has 4 great universities, all very close to one another, in close proximity to one another. And so this was how SIPN was born. And the idea was students could mix and match and take classes at the 4 schools. We've had some modest success. I think more than 1,200 students hosted in the 7 years that we've been in operation. You can see in yellow the number of SIPN students as a proportion of the total number of American students who are here in Portugal. And so prior to the pandemic, you know, we were kind of pulling our weight, I would say, in terms of what we were doing. the 4 schools, 3 publics, 1 private, plus the University of the Azores in the summertime. And of course, being at FLAD, it means that we can work through other more powerful networks and collaborations. And we've really made a strong effort to reach out both through Fulbright. We have a long-time partnership with them. We're now one of the 7 global partners of the Gilman program at the U.S. State Department, which is helping us to reach students with financial needs. And finally, the partnership that my colleague Elsa's not here right now, but she really initiated this relationship with the Institut Camões and the shared chairs that we have promoting Portugal on several U.S. campuses. And now the latest sort of example of some of the powerful side of networks is we're working on this U.S. at Portugal campus initiative with our friends here at Fulbright and the Erasmus Plus National Agency. And this conference is also sort of part of that project. But there are also challenges, and I want to be quite honest about some of the challenges that we've encountered in working on these networks. Number one, maybe challenge is the difficulty sometimes of aligning the Portuguese higher ed logics with the U.S. higher ed logic. So everything in the U.S. is based on a 3-semester credit unit, which is generally regarded as 6 ECTS by most U.S. schools. And of course, at lots of Portuguese schools, you have 5 or 5.5 ECTS classes, and that doesn't translate easily to the U.S. system. Also, what I've found is that in the summertime, there's a long history of doing these customized short-term summer programs on many Portuguese campuses, but typically they might offer something like 3 ECTS, and they take place over a day or 2, or maybe sometimes a week. Not very interesting from a U.S. undergraduate student perspective because of the costs of coming here for just half of a semester class and coming for just a week is generally not really very attractive to them. So again, if you're thinking about how to attract U.S. students, you have to think about aligning your offerings with what U.S. students are looking for. Another challenge has been the academic calendar issue. I can tell you at Católica, one of the things I still have difficulty getting my head around is that our College of Business has its own unique academic calendar, different from the academic calendar of the rest of the university. From an American perspective, that's insane, right? That's unheard of, right? But it's normal, and I'm not going to change it because I've come to terms with that. I'm living with it. But it's something that one sort of has to recognize at the outset and really communicate well with your U.S. partners about it. And the other challenge is, again, we're trying with SIPN as much as we can to get away from this American bubble phenomenon, right, of programs coming with their own faculty, with programs fully taught in English, and just kind of, in a bubble flowing through the country and then going home. Not a lot of interaction with their Portuguese counterparts, and we really want to avoid that. We're trying to move away from that. In fact, we're dropping a lot of our faculty-led initiatives and focusing on our semester and summer and internship programs as a result of this desire to have a deeper form of interaction than some of these faculty-leds allow. That opens up space for the Portuguese universities. If we're doing less of them, that means the Portuguese universities could pick up some of the slack and be doing more of them. And also our friends at CIE and API and other program providers, SIT and others who are here, of course, are going to be doing more of these as well. Also, I think we also have to be honest about what are the incentives for Portuguese faculty to participate in these programs. A lot of them have the exclusive contracts, right, where they can't really earn money easily directly from outside entities because of the nature of the public sector contract. But there are other ways to get around that. And so I think rectors and vice rectors, need to think creatively about, okay, if a provider program is willing to pay you for the participation of your faculty, how are you going to translate that to your faculty members to give them the incentives to want to participate in a summer program in June or July, when frankly they might be more interested in doing research or taking a break after finishing their exams. So it's a challenge, and it's an ongoing challenge. Also, finally, I think one of the things that we'll talk, in fact, there's a whole presentation about this, how do we get around the fact that most Portuguese universities are very familiar with the Erasmus student. And the Erasmus student is culturally pretty sophisticated. They are well-traveled, they speak multiple languages. They arrive in Lisbon a couple days before the semester starts, and they find their own housing, and they just kind of make it happen. with the American student, it doesn't work that way, right? The level of service expectations that US students have, partially because of the financial nature of what they're paying, et cetera, means that their expectations are way higher than a typical Erasmus student. Also, the liability issues that US colleges and universities have in mind, are fundamentally different from the way that the Erasmus program works. And so I think it's really important that as, I'm hoping there are a number of folks here from the Gabinete das Relações Internacionais, they have to really kind of understand that dealing with the US student is another bird. And they need specific training on this. They need staff to be able to do this. It takes time. You can't just keep adding more responsibilities onto your normal IR staff and just expect them to do more. You really need to see this as, yes, it's an opportunity, but it's one that we also need to invest in. And finally, how to effectively recruit in the USA from Portugal. I think until now, a lot of Portuguese schools think that just going to NAFSA and being part of the NAFSA, which is a great start, don't get me wrong, but that's just the beginning. And I think when we're going to hear from José in a moment is how are other European countries positioning their educational brand in North America? And I can tell you, they don't do it on the cheap, right? It costs money, it takes effort, and we're going to have, I think the minister will be here shortly. Unfortunately, she's not here to hear this right now, but I think the point is that the Portuguese national government, if they want to compete at the same level as the Czech Republic or as Spain or as Campus France or Education Ireland, they really need to invest much more than just goodwill and rhetoric. There really needs to be some money dedicated to this market. And if they don't want to do that or they can't do that, that's fine, but then we should just be honest about that and say, okay, that's a bridge too far. One option that I wanted to just very briefly discuss, one that I'm actually engaged in at Católica, and that is, okay, for individual Portuguese universities and polytechnics, it may be difficult to think about having a permanent rep in the United States who works for you as a recruiter, okay? One option is that you can work with US-based study abroad providers directly. So when I landed at Católica in 19, one of the things that I had essentially been told by the rector was, okay, great job on SIPN, now we want you to do more for us, right? And so basically I realized what's the best way to do this is to work with a US-based provider. So we're now at Católica, we're working with an organization called USAC, the University Studies Abroad Consortium, in what they call a partnership program. And basically they do all the recruitment and all of the sort of pre-travel academic preparation, and they bring the students to Católica. This semester right now I have 20 students from USAC who are studying at Católica. The USAC Consortium is about 30 plus US colleges and universities. They're a well-known provider in the United States. And what this allows us to do at Católica is to really concentrate more on the academic, the in-country experience, their academic integration, et cetera. And I don't have to worry about the recruitment side and some of the bureaucracy of recruiting international students. And I think, as we'll see here from Luisa, we have other examples of these providers are CIE, which is right now based at Nova, API at Isqueté, I think SIT is also at Isqueté. And there are many, many more of these providers, all of whom you can meet at NAFSA or at the Forum on Study Abroad. And these guys are professionals. They know what they're doing, and they can help you recruit more US undergraduate students to Portugal. Finally, I'm going to stop with this, and that's some of the lessons that I've picked up along the way that I hope are useful for our discussions here today. I think you really, Portuguese universities really need to decide if the cost-benefit ratio of chasing the US undergraduate student is worth it. Frankly, it's a lot of work, and it takes some money, it takes time, and Portuguese universities need to decide if it's something they really want to focus on or not. Just doing it halfway is really not a good solution. And that means you're going to need to invest in your international relations staff. And their training, you're going to need more of them because American students are very needy and very demanding, frankly. And so, it's just, you gotta know this. And anybody who's worked with them will tell you tons of stories about this. So the other third thing is housing solutions. Housing is absolutely fundamental. It's a critical problem right now for Portuguese students, right? Especially in Lisbon and Porto. And, you know, American students, of course, come in with these high expectations. We can tell you from our own personal experience, they're not like the Erasmus students who can just get online and find individual apartments around the city. That doesn't work. American universities don't want their students kind of scattered with different conditions and different landlords. They want everything harmonized and sort of predictable. And one option is to do the homestay option, which CIE has invested in. It's a great, wonderful option, incredible opportunities for intercultural transfer, but and I'm sure Louisa will talk about it, takes tremendous resources. It takes a lot of vetting. It takes a lot of time. We at SIPN haven't even gone that far because it's just, frankly, it was kind of seen by us as a bridge too far. So housing is critically important, and you probably need somebody in your HR staff or in your international relations staff who's really working on this almost exclusively. Also, I already mentioned the power of working through networks. Remember, again, this critical role that US-based faculty can play. One thing we're doing is we're targeting US faculty who want to be in Portugal in the summertime and kind of have a natural interest in being in Portugal, and then seeing if we can pair them up with Portuguese-based faculty who want to teach in the summertime and putting programs together with them. Focus on their incentives. Make sure you're not just completely dependent on one of them as your faculty champion. And work with other well-funded and experienced collaborators and providers as much as you can. I think that's the other big lesson that I can share. I hope I haven't gone too long.
Slightly.
I'll stop there.
Thank you, Michael. Really exciting. Of course, I'm a bit biased, but great presentation. Our next guest speaker is José Villanueva. I hope I said it right. Thank you, José, for accepting this sort of last-minute invitation. We're very glad that you were able to make it to Lisbon. José is the head of the internationalization of the Spanish higher education unit.
Thank you so much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. Let me see if I can find it. This way? It's coming. No? I just turn it off? No, here it is. So, yeah, the presentation is in PDF format because it was too big for to send it in the PowerPoint format. Well, first of all, congratulations for the MIT initiative and for the initiative of the Study in Portugal consortium. They sound like really great, and we hope we can do some of that in Spain very soon, because that kind of takes us where we want to go in terms of the depth of the cooperation and also the working in a collaboration of different institutions. I'm going to start by giving a general overview of Spain-US education cooperation, and I'm not going to be limiting it to the higher education field, because in the case of Spain, I think we have one of the biggest cooperation networks with the US in terms of secondary and elementary education, and of course that has a lot to do with the use of the Spanish language in the US and bilingual schools and bilingual education in the US. But that gives us a very good ground to start. As I said, the Spanish language is a very strong base for educational cooperation. And thanks to that, we have a network of offices all over the States. We have our Office of Education at the Embassy in Washington, but then we have like 20 offices all over the country, in different parts of the country. In many cases, working directly with the states. Our advisors work at the Ministries of Education of or Texas or Oklahoma or California, and in other cases, working from our consulates. And this is going to be consolidated by a new MOU that is going to be signed with Secretary Cardona very soon, like in the next weeks. And I think I'm starting with this because I think in many ways it affects the way Spain is seen as a potential higher education destination, and also because, of course, these connections that are established through elementary and secondary education, I also think they have very strong impact on what happens later. For instance, some of the key programs we have the visiting teachers from the Spain programs in US schools. We have teachers in Texas, California, I think it's more than 20 states. And these teachers, they go there, they teach a full classroom, usually for 3-4 years, and then they come back to Spain. That's a very neat program because it helps the US in the shortage of bilingual teachers, and it helps Spain in the shortage of good bilingual education experts when they come back. And at the same time, the cultural connections that this brings to Spain with the Hispanic community and the overall educational community in the US, I think, are amazing. You have to consider that, and this was for a few years ago, approximately 300,000 US students have had a teacher from Spain through this program, which is an official program. Another big program that is more related to what we're talking about today is the US language assistance in Spanish schools. In the presentation, you can read that we have hundreds of US higher education students or recent graduates. Actually, it's more like thousands every year coming through different programs. They come and they support our teachers in their elementary and secondary schools in the teaching of the English language, in bilingual programs or directly teaching English as a second language. They usually come for 1 or 2 years, and in some aspects of the program, there is a part of the program that also lets them study a master's program while they're here. So they take full advantage, and we call them, as you see there in the picture in the center, cultural ambassadors. Because when these people, and as it was mentioned before, the image that they have of Spain, when they come here, and the image they go back to the US with are very, very different. So we call them cultural ambassadors because when they go back, they really talk to their friends, they talk to their partners. Spain is a very nice place, it's a great place to live. You should go and study there or work there, and it has worked wonderfully. And again, this is a win-win program for all of us. I think the level of our students in English has improved tremendously. The understanding also of our students of US society, of US young people has also improved a lot, and in the end we all benefit from it. And then many of them, of course, they don't want to go back after 2 years in Spain. They just want to stay there for a little longer. We also have a network of schools called International Spanish Academies, where the students can receive the dual secondary program in Spain. I think it's about 200 schools in the US and Canada, with the majority of them being in the US. And Spanish sections. In these schools, we don't have teachers from Spain paid by the Spanish governments, but there is a smaller, much smaller program which is called Spanish sections in US schools, where the government of Spain does pay for those teachers. And then those students, and these are mostly in the Miami area, which of course is much easier in the bilingual sense. And then in the bilingual education, the students can receive, and the students at the end of their program, they can receive the dual diploma for secondary. Let's now move into the US higher education students arriving in Spain. These are the numbers we have right now. As you can see, it was going up, and of course, COVID-19 happened and it went down for a little bit. The good news is it's going up again, and it's going up quite fast. This year, according to the information we have, Spain is the number one country receiving students from study abroad programs, in the number one country in the world. I think that the first three are the UK, Spain, and Italy. And in this case, it is Spain. Most of our students from the US are study abroad students that come for a semester, for 3 months, or during the summer. They don't usually come for the whole program. Although it would be our objective to get more students doing full degrees. It's easier in masters, in PhD, and it's happening slowly. And there is a lot of interest, and that interest in doing a full master's program in Spain has to do, of course, with the factors like knowing the country better, maybe through study abroad programs, but also with the cost of tuition that has nothing to do in Spain or in the US, and that for a master's has become really attractive. And another factor is the language, in the case of Spanish-speaking population. And one new thing that is happening right now, and I think most of you are familiar with, is the European universities. We think European universities This consortia of universities from different countries are tremendously attractive for US students. The option to come to Europe and do a program in 3 or 4 different countries, it really is very attractive, and we do hope that in the future that can be a very good option for many students. As said, and as Michael was saying, our institutions are already doing a very good job bringing study abroad students. They have very good reputation. Students like our universities. I'm also proud to say we were #1 country receiving Erasmus Plus students as well. So it looks like the country, the universities, they are attractive. The students feel safe, and we have some work that is already there. At the same time, we have to say that we miss sometimes the depth of the programs that we'd like. Having many students is good, but sometimes we feel that we'd like to have more students that work more in depth, maybe going into dual degree programs or dual diploma programs, but we know how difficult that is, and that has to do with tuition, with many factors there. But that's something that we really need to work on in the next years, and that's one of our goals. You have here US students outbound mobility according to the project Atlas. The main countries where Spain is there is not for year 2021, and this is the evolution, the altogether evolution of the number of international students in Spain. As you can see, there is a sharp increase from 2013, 2014 till nowadays. There has been a big effort in all senses. We've done much better in terms of internationalization at master's and doctoral level, not so much at the undergraduate level, and that has a lot to do with our access system to the university as well. That is not too easy for people coming from other systems. As for the students from Spain going to US universities, well, we don't have as many. As you can see, in the year 2021, we had 2,450 students. That doesn't mean US universities are not interesting for Spanish students. They are. I can tell you that because my daughter keeps telling me she wants to study in the US. So I know they are interesting, but at the same time, as I mentioned before, it's very difficult. There is a recognition problem, but at the same time, that wouldn't be the biggest issue. Probably the biggest issue has to do with tuition fees. Most of the students that go from Spain to the US go with scholarships, many of them for sports scholarships, but if that's not the case, very few students from Spain can actually afford to go and study in the US. That's our reality. We have a Study USA program for teachers that the Study USA in Spain does, and they have a big number of students that start that program where they are taught how to apply for a scholarship, how to apply for admittance in a US university, but then after 2 years in this program, many of these students don't follow through because just they don't have the resources to. At the same time, another essential tool for our cooperation and for increasing the number of students has been the work of the Fulbright Commission. Of course, that's been essential for many years. We had a conversation about a few weeks ago about this. It's very difficult to measure the impact that a program has. But when you look how in Spain in the last year, several of our ministers have been in this program, that probably means a lot in the perception of the relations with the US or with the US educational community. How do we collaborate from CEPIE? CEPIE is who we are, Spanish Service for Internationalization of Education, with US higher education institutions or organizations. Well, we have signed an MOU with APUNE. APUNE is Asociación de Programas Universitarios Norteamericanos en España. I think they are one of the oldest institutions of this type in Europe. I think they are from the 1960s. And we have regular meetings with them. We work to support visas. APUNE has 42 members in Spain, and they organized, and we helped them with that, with the meeting between Spanish and North American universities in February. At the same time, we supported that by organizing our own study abroad program workshop with the support of APUNE. So we try to coordinate our efforts, and as it was mentioned, to help our universities understand better the needs of US students when they come to Spain, and how to help to support a better integration when they get here. And of course, during the pandemic, we went into doing many online experiences like this one, a student exchange experience workshop about some students from Wesley College that studied in Córdoba and share their experiences with us. We also work a lot with Education USA. Actually, all of them, APUNE, Education USA, and Fulbright, we're all in the same building, so that helps a lot in our coordination. We are part of the same building. And Fulbright Spain. Those two partners are essential. With Education USA, we meet regularly. We plan together for joint activities. I had the opportunity to present during EAIE in Barcelona, talking about our cooperation. And with Fulbright, of course, it's an essential partner for many years. They've been an essential partner for so long that we kind of forget how important they are. But they are really something that are essential, and that gives sense to all we do. We also have an agreement with the American University for the development of educational cooperation programs. Actually, this hasn't been signed yet, but we hope it will be signed very soon, in the near future. And what have we done from our side, from the Spain side, to support this cooperation? We have an agreement for international mobility in the areas of science and engineering to support internships in US companies. And we've made an agreement with ICEX. ICEX is our foreign trade agency to cooperate in NAFTA. I hear FLAD and Portugal, they go together to NAFTA. We do it with ICEX and then with our universities. And now we're about to sign a new agreement extending our cooperation to many more areas that I will explain in a little bit. We also had a new interministerial visa agreement. Visas are a huge problem right now. We signed this agreement. It worked for a while. Now, after COVID, I don't know if it's the same thing with Portugal. We were very short on personnel, and visa processing time has become extremely long, and it's a huge issue that we're trying to fix in both directions, actually, for students coming here and for students going to the US. But all these ministers, we work together trying to make things as easy as possible for the arrival of foreign students, professors, and researchers. As a result, the students can submit their applications together with their families, and foreign professors can apply electronically. We kind of make things easier for them, and we try to establish specific days and hours for groups of students, teachers, and researchers to immigration offices and police stations. How do we work with the US in international conference? And again, it is true that it's not the international conference will not do the work by itself, but it's a good start, and it helps universities connect with many potential partners at the same time very quickly. So it really is a step forward. We've been in 5 NAFSAs so far, 5 face-to-face and a virtual one, and the last time we took 23 universities with us. We hope this time we'll take up to 30, which is a big group of the total of about 90 universities in Spain. We have, again, a big pavilion, and we try to, from CEPIE, we coordinate this effort, and we try to make it as attractive and as easy for universities as possible. We also participate in the Forum on Education Abroad that this year took place in Chicago, that helps mainly support the study abroad programs, and for this, of course, we work based on our success as a recipient country for study abroad students, and also this last week at the forum that took place in Milano. And hopefully, this is the conference that took place outside the US. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring this conference to Spain very soon. We're trying to do so. So maybe as soon as 2024, we'll see. And for us, another essential partner is HACU. HACU, for those of you that don't know it, is the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. They just had their recent conference in San Diego. And they include many of the institutions in the U.S. that serve at least 25% of Hispanic population. So that makes them a very, very interesting potential partner for us. We had a meeting with Dr. Flores, the president of HACU, and we were very happy to hear during the conference that the next international conference of HACU will be in Salamanca in 2024. And also, together with ITHEX, we will be supporting a mission of representatives of HACU to Spain in the spring of 2023. One more thing about Salamanca that may be of interest for you. HACU is not the only conference coming to Spain soon. The conference of the Association of American Teachers of Spanish and Portuguese is going to happen in June in Salamanca. In case you are interested, CEPIE is going to be there. As well. So at the same time, I was talking mainly about what public universities are doing in Spain. In the private sectors, there are many other things that happen. There are Spanish consortia buying universities in the US, mostly in Florida, in Miami. Which is something that had never happened before, really. We never even expected that. We have business schools that are very powerful, very prestigious, that help bring many students to Spain as well, and they have very, very important programs. So, in conclusion, I could say that we have a nice reality, but I think we need to work in the depth of our cooperation. We need to find new paths, and I was very happy to hear your experiences here, because actually that's kind of we're thinking about to make a study abroad or the arrival of students from the US to Europe have a bigger impact in our cooperation. And at the same time, why not? I think both Spain and Portugal can offer very good experiences for students wanting to do a full degree in Europe. We cannot compete with MIT, at least not in Spain. And in Portugal, they are way up there. But we can compete with many universities in the country. And I think we're ready to do that in the terms of in attracting students and in making our universities more attractive for us. 400,000 students is a lot going to other countries. But this is still a very small portion of US students. And I think that's going to increase probably. And we have to be there and be supporting these students when they want to do this. I think that's it for me. I don't know if it's been too long, but thank you.
Thank you, José. A very comprehensive strategy of Spain in regards to internationalization. And a fantastic benchmark, certainly for us, for our community in Portugal. Next presentation will be co-shared between Penny Reckhammer and Otilia Reis on US government programs supporting academic exchange. So Penny, please.
Try not to trip. Okay, I'm making that really complicated. Sorry, folks. Well, I thought rather than doing a PowerPoint presentation, I'm going to stand out here because I know I'm really short and you can't see me, So rather than doing a PowerPoint presentation, I actually wanted to give you all a resource that you hopefully will be able to go to as you think about how you want to build your partnerships with other universities, how you want to do exchange programs. So in hopefully just a couple of seconds, that resource is going to come up here, and I can maybe walk you through it a little bit on how this could help our exchanges. Of course, for me, being from the U.S. Embassy, I'm trying to get Portuguese students, researchers, faculty to the United States. That's my #1 job. But of course, it has to go both ways, and so it's so great to have so many partners, universities, FLAD, and then we'll talk about Fulbright a little bit, working to bring U.S. Students, scholars, and researchers to Portugal as well. But okay, so this is really what I want to show you. So I am going to have to, maybe I can do this a little bit so you can still see me. So this really, I wanted to show this to you because I think there's a lot of people that don't understand that there are a wide variety of programs, universities out there that offer a J1 visa. So we were talking a little bit about visas and sometimes how hard they can be to get. Well, there's a whole system set up. It's called Bridge USA, and it's where companies, universities have gone, so you can go and you can look on this site, and if you look here, I mean, a lot of us aren't looking to do au pair work or camp counselor, but our students might be. So you can look here for them or help them out. But then we have all these other opportunities here. If you want to do an internship, research scholarship, we'll go to this one. So research scholars. So here we are, and you can look at all these different, it talks about the programs, it talks about the benefits, and this is where I think people are really wanting to go. So they want to go to this whole list, and look at this entire list of scholars, and it doesn't end there, or of programs. It goes on and on and on. And so I really encourage, how many representatives do we have here from Portuguese institutions? Okay, so my #1 thing that I have to say to you as you're thinking about your programs, think about developing MOUs with other institutions or with companies as you're thinking about how you want to move forward in your internationalization. Because if you do that, it's going to be much easier to get that flow of students back and forth. If it's, if you're looking at undergraduates, if you're looking at graduates, usually J1s are more in the graduate category, but as you saw, they have au pairs, we have camp counselors, we have a whole different type. Each category has a whole different area where they can go, and the resources are endless here. And so I just wanted to point this out because as we were talking and as I'm listening, the United States is really looking to develop more MOUs, and I too wish the minister was here because we are also looking to develop it at a government-to-government level so that we are having more exchanges because as we all know, that exchange between Portugal and US is so strong. One of the best things that you all have going for you is that your English is really, really amazing here. So it's easy for researchers, it's easier for scholars to be placed, even in a short-term program, an 18-month program in the United States. And it makes it much easier for American students because, as you know, unfortunately, we are not as bilingual as maybe some countries are. And so Portugal makes it very, very easy. I mean, I think that's the reason that so many Americans are coming here now is because you have all made it welcoming and easy for the Americans to be here. If it's at a student level, a short-term program, or as we're seeing right now, so many Americans are coming here to stay permanently. And so I really just wanted to show this website to you in order to talk about some of these exchange opportunities. And so it's not just all, Otilia's gonna talk a lot about Fulbright and the amazing flagship program we have there. And we have other programs as well. We have the International Visitor Leadership Program. That is actually another fantastic opportunity. And that's more of an invited fellowship, but then we have, I don't know, Otilia, if you planned on talking about SUSI at all. So we have another program called the Study of U.S. Institutes, which actually invites applicants. So we have undergraduate students, we have leaders, and we have teachers. And they can actually, and they're invited to apply to those different institutes. And that application's coming out very soon. And so if you have people who you think might be interested in that, make sure that they find out about it. Michael mentioned the Gilman. So for students who maybe have some financial need, there's the Gilman as well. And then Otilia's been really focused on, and I think the board's been really focused on increasing diversity within the own Fulbright program. And I think we're doing a pretty good job of trying to reach more people through that program. But I do want to talk to you. Who else went to NAFSA? Did anyone go to NAFSA and do the trip out to California? No one? Oh, a couple, okay. So that's great. But I want to also say, I know that there's the Stanfords, the Berkeleys, the awesome MITs, but there are so many other US institutions that are really looking to internationalize. So don't forget what it is your institution is looking for, and that's why I wanted to show this resource, is so that you can go and say, oh gosh, I've never heard of this university. What are they, what are they working on? What are they doing? And so that you're investigating some other universities that might be able to provide students to Portugal, but then you can develop your own MOU with them, and they already have J1s that are available. So this is just a chock full of resources for J1s. And so if you're thinking about your faculty, growing, your faculty exchanges, especially in the STEM areas, that's a whole new focus now for Bridge USA. They really want that, that STEM exchange. And the thing about the J1, I know Portugal is really, really worried about brain drain. The thing is about the J1, it makes people come back. We want that exchange, but there has to be, in most J1s, there's a 2-year stay back in Portugal. So we want that exchange. We want to enrich both our countries by having that and then saying, okay, now you go home, you enrich your country because this is why you're here. So I know a lot of people are really, really worried about sending their best and brightest to the US, but through the J1 program, you're guaranteed, and there are some exceptions, but we really try to make sure that the students come back or the exchange participant comes back and really gives back to the country where they were born. And that is a huge, huge goal of the United States. So we might end up stealing a few Portuguese, as we have done over the years, because you know that you have a huge population of Portuguese all over the United States, but that is not our goal. Our goal is to actually build that bridge, and so we can go back and forth. And so I just wanted to point this out. And if you're interested, if you're on the US side, for instance, and you want it, there's a whole way to how to apply to be a sponsor. So if you're interested and you're not on that list yet and you're US based, go here and figure out you can fill out the form on how to apply to be a sponsor. And so then the hosts, you have schools, families, employers, participants. So if people are interested in doing that, and programs. Look at all these programs that are available. So au pair, camp counselor, college university student, government visitor, interns. I know that this is something that a lot of schools have been talking about in terms of developing the internship program for their students who are near graduation. The international visitor, physicians, for the med schools out there. Professors, research scholars, those I know are huge for the United States. Secondary students, short-term scholar, it goes on and on and on. And so I just wanted to make sure that you all had that, and this explains, and in case you aren't familiar with the J1 category, that explains what the J1 category is and student visas and facts and figures, and you can get all your information there. So this is why I decided to do a website rather than, otherwise it'd just be screen upon screen of all these resources. But does anybody have any questions? Are we going to take questions at the end? Okay. All right, then I'm going to turn it over to Otilia, who's going to talk about our amazing Fulbright program that, as I look across the room, I know many of you are involved with in one way or another, so I'll let her talk about that.
Thank you so much, Penny. I'll stand as well because
I know, it's...
And I wanted to say, of course, to thank FLAD for the invitation to be here today. It's always a pleasure to collaborate with you. Much of what Fulbright does is based on partnerships and collaboration, so it's wonderful to be here. So much has been said about Fulbright this morning that my job is made easier. But I'm going to take the chance to go into depth about what we do, starting with a shout out to the Fulbrighters in the room, of course, there's a few of them as well, and to the Fulbright staff that is here. You have the privilege of having 75% of the Fulbright staff here today. Me, Dora Arenga, who takes care of the US side of the program and partnerships with those institutions, and Dorian, I don't know where he is right now, Dorian, who is the Education USA educational advisor / photographer of the commission. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the Fulbright program from a perspective of a commission, which is the case of Portugal. The program, actually, Ambassador Levine stole this slide from me this morning. The program is a program of public diplomacy, meaning that it was established after World War II to provide opportunities for American students and scholars to work together with international students and scholars, get to know each other, promote mutual understanding, reduce the potential of conflict that was coming through with peace after the war was over. Of course, from that, over 76 years ago until today, it has been used, quite frankly, to keep on promoting mutual understanding between various countries of the world and the US, and my view and our view is that it will be this kind of job to do for many more years to go, because unfortunately conflict is something that never ends in our world, and as we can see recently, there's a lot to be done also by the Fulbright program and other takers. It is an American program, of course, as Penny said, of course. It's part of the State Department programs of portfolio of programs of public diplomacy. It is run by a structure that is basically in the US, the State Department, the Fulbright Foreign Scholarship Board, and then it's run nationally by the Fulbright commissions in countries where those structures were built. In other countries, it's run with the collaboration of the US embassies locally. And the Institute of International Education is an agent, a partner that helps administering the program both in the US and sending the Fulbrighters abroad. It's very important in terms of numbers. Of course, it's been running for a long time. It's a long-term impact program. And it's been said here already that the number of ministries that have been Fulbrighters, the heads of state, our current President of the Republic was a grantee of the Fulbright Commission. So it has an impact politically on top of all the academic, scientific, and cultural and artistic impact that the Fulbright program has. But I want to focus more on our case in Portugal. There is a Fulbright Commission, which was established also a long time ago, in 1960. Recently, there was a new, like the renewal of the marriage vows between Portugal and the US, and specifically focusing on increasing the resources and the focus of the Fulbright program here in 2015. So still living after the new diplomatic agreement was put in place. And it is basically run binationally. It's very important to have funding from both governments, governance from both representatives of both countries running the Fulbright Commission. The priorities of both countries are being considered when we select the grantees that we select and focus areas that we put in place. So our activity is, of course, very much supported by the US government and the US Embassy, of course, but the operational basis of our activity is also supported by the Portuguese government. We are housed together with FCT, which is actually a model that has been followed also in Spain. We try to collaborate with all the stakeholders that work with the US here in Portugal, the partnerships with MIT, Stanford, and Carnegie Mellon. Not Stanford yet, but it's coming. It's coming. And also with the Erasmus Plus, of course, with FLAD, with Camões, with all that we do is working in partnership and taking advantage of all the resources that are available. And the goal of the Commission is to have institutions here in Portugal, if they think about working with the US, internationalizing their activities, they should think about Fulbright as someone that could either help them or help them navigating the system in terms of working with the US. And we have a long list of our long-term partners that work with us, of course, all of those that I've mentioned already, Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, Camões, Fundação Luso-Americana para o Desenvolvimento, Fundação Carmona e Costa, the regional government of the Azores, IPMA, the Air Center, Instituto Politécnico de Lisboa, ISCTE, Nova School of Law, Universidade Católica, all the other higher education institutions in Portugal who play a very important role, not only identifying potential Fulbrighters from Portugal, but most of all welcoming and hosting the Americans that we bring in with the support of the Fulbright program. And that is fundamental for the success of their stay and for the development of their immersion into our system. Fulbrighters Portugal, of course, is the alumni association that works closely with the Commission as well. And many, many others, Erasmus that I've mentioned as well, many other public and private institutions that make our job possible. A number of grants and opportunities are available. Please bear in mind that Fulbright grants are for individuals. We do not support large projects. It's not for institutional collaboration. It's for individuals. Of course, institutions play a role because you have to be admitted at a master's or PhD in the US to get a Fulbright grant for a master's or PhD. So you have to have these connections with the institutions of higher education and research on both sides. But it is the individual who is recognized for its value, its initiative, its leadership potential, and we are betting on the individuals to strengthen this collaboration. So we have grants for US students to come to Portugal for their pre-doctoral research and study. We have a very strong English teaching assistance program. We place our ETAs at higher institutions in Portugal. I'll talk a little bit about that later. We host US scholars for postdoctoral and research work. We have a Fulbright specialist short-term program as well. For the Portuguese students, we support the graduate studies. They can make the full degree in the US with the support of Fulbright. But our most numerous and significant grants at the moment are for pre-doctoral research. Also, thanks to a partnership with the FCT that has a strong support for PhD students. And if they want to do the research in the US, they can apply to the Fulbright program. So also, for the first time, there's going to be a foreign language teaching assistant coming from Portugal to teach Portuguese language and culture in the US. We're starting low numbers, but hopefully we'll have this large network of teachers of Portuguese in the US, as it is the case in Spain. Of course, working together with Camões and all the other providers that are already on the ground doing that. For the Portuguese scholars, we have grants for postdoctoral projects and senior scholars as well. But I would like to focus on the opportunities that we offer for Portuguese higher education institutions to host US Fulbrighters, and especially so because the competitions are opening in November. It's going to take the competitions will be open during the month of November, then until November 30, and these are opportunities for institutions here in Portugal, not exclusively higher education institutions. For some of the programs, it could be research centers, education, as long as there's an educational focus in what the institution does. It could be museums, centers of science, etc. They can take advantage of opportunities to host a US Fulbrighter. And as Michael said very well, having a faculty here for a long period can be a driving force for the development of extra relationships and fostering the exchange overall. So I would encourage you to explore these opportunities to host an American Fulbrighter in your organization. Starting with the Fulbright US Scholar Program, you can all invite an American Fulbrighter to come, and then it's up to the scholar to apply in the US and with an invitation from you, and try their chances through the pipeline of the global competition. But what we've been doing for a couple of years now is to enter into agreements, special agreements with institutions here, with universities, with the polytechnics, who want to know that they will be having an American. So they are partnering with Fulbright to guarantee that for a period of 3 years. It's a very important opportunity to strengthen some fields of study or develop new programs. We've had very different cases of interest from the Portuguese universities on this. All fields of study are considered. That is also a basic feature of the Fulbright program. We offer opportunities for all fields of study. The diversity of the fields of study is something that we consider. Also the geographical diversity. We want to have Americans placed outside. Of course, we want to have some in Lisbon, in Porto, but if possible, we would like to place them all over the country, and the Azores and Madeira as well. So it's diversity of fields of study, diversity of geographic location and impact. It's very important to have an American where in Lisbon we have, at some point we will argue there's too many Americans, but that is not unfortunately the case in other parts of the country, where being there for a full academic year is going to be really impactful. Genesis was in Barcelos as an English teaching assistant. There was no Americans in Barcelos that year. No? So it's really important to diversify the location. So the applications for 24-25 will be opening in less than a week for the Portuguese higher education institutions to apply to establish what we call a Fulbright Award. And then they will, we will announce this slot, as we do already with our partners, specific slot in the US for the global national competition for US Fulbright scholars. And they know they will be applying to come to this particular institution. There's a co-funding between Fulbright and the institution, but it's worth exploring the conditions of such co-funding, which is also usually a percentage of the grant, housing, which is again very, very important and an issue to be tackled, and other kinds of support that the institution can provide to the scholar. The U.S. Specialist Program is also a very important one. We have some alumni in the room from this program. These are very short stays. We can invite U.S. specialists, Fulbright specialists, to come and to tackle some of the issues that the institution may be facing that would benefit from the contribution of an American specialist. Could be curriculum and faculty development, training, could be teaching and researching, advising some of the students for a particular area of study, or institutional planning if you would like to launch a new program, a new syllabus, for instance, and a variety of other projects that can be presented to Fulbright as an application to host a specialist. Again, the competition will open in November, and for those who apply now, they can very quickly receive a Fulbright specialist in March 2023. So it's a very flexible, short-term program, special from 2 weeks to 42 days, a month and a half, basically. And it's really impactful and flexible to administer, both by Fulbright and by the institution that hosts the specialist. The third program that I would like to highlight is the English Teaching Assistance Program. We place ETAs, as we call them, in higher education institutions. Other countries, Fulbright in Spain, has a very strong, over 100 ETAs placed in high schools. Another model that we should probably look into more carefully if we want to have this impact early on when students start thinking about going to the US. The number we usually have 5, 6, not the same dimension of Spain, but still this is the program that we can really place ETAs outside of Lisbon. It's the basic criteria for the placement is to try to have them spread through the country, but for that we really need the support of the higher education institutions providing the conditions for them to work. They are assistants, they are not supposed to be responsible for the classes alone, but we want them to be very much involved in teaching and other projects that both the institution and the ETAs themselves want to develop in terms of engaging students and promoting English language, American culture with their activities. They're placed for a full academic year, so there's room for collaboration there as well. And co-funding, again, is required by the institution to support the stay of the ETAs. There's a not so well-known opportunity, which is called the Fulbright Inter-Country Travel Grant Program. Basically, what we're trying to do is to take advantage of the fact that there are hundreds of Fulbright scholars, American Fulbright scholars in Europe every year in one of the commissions in Europe, in other countries. So we have a list of those scholars, what they are here doing in Europe and when. And basically you can invite them for a week or less than a week to present at a conference, a congress, for a specific lecture or a specific activity. And based on a collaboration between the commissions, we can make that possible with a very short notice and quite easily in terms of bureaucracy. So if you are organizing something, and we are willing to bring people from other parts of the world to Portugal, I think that's part of our focus as well. If you need a speaker or someone that could co-organize the session, take a look at the list of Fulbrighters in Europe. There are a flight away or a train travel away from being here and help you. Basically, is this the last? No. Education USA. Very important, but I'll skip also and talk about USA Study Abroad. The Fulbright has this binational focus. So we work with Education, of course, Education USA. The Information Center of Education USA is based at the Fulbright office. And we have many ways of helping Portuguese students going to the US if they want to, and to help American universities and colleges recruiting Portuguese students. That's what we do. That's what Dorian does on a daily basis. We have advising services available. We have outreach and US college fairs that we organize. There's going to be a virtual college fair in November 17, if you're interested to attend. And there's a group of programs that we craft especially for students from Portugal at the secondary school level or higher education level to help them apply to do their bachelor's degrees or their master's or PhDs in the US. So please take advantage of these services. But again, as we have this binational focus, we are also very much interested in bringing hosting US students and scholars to Portugal. So the USA Study Abroad is the branch of the State Department willing also to promote the opportunities for US students to go abroad, and that's what we're working very closely with them. and with FLAD and with Erasmus, trying to organize programs such as the Portugal-US campus initiative that I was going to briefly mention. It's other speakers will talk about this as well. And these are our contacts. Again, take advantage of the fact that the three of us are here. If you have any questions, just let us know, and we'll be glad to help you, again, navigate the internationalization of efforts if the US is on the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Otilia. Thank you, Penny. So we've now closed this presentation phase. We open up to the audience for comments and questions. So please raise your hand. I don't know if we have another mic. We do. Do we have any questions? Let's keep the first question. Do we have a second question? No? Well, I have a question for José. José, fantastic presentation on the Spanish case. Of course, as we were listening to your presentation, it felt like obviously a much more mature environment in terms of internationalization, namely to the US. Felt like was a bit of Portugal on steroids. A lot of things that you've mentioned, and this is my opinion, I feel like we're starting here, or we've talked about it. But at the same time, when I looked at the numbers that Spain, and obviously Spain being bigger than Portugal size-wise and population-wise, I couldn't stop thinking about the amount of issues that at least our current infrastructure would have in case of hosting similar numbers. Obviously, we talk about housing, Spain having more centrality certain than Portugal. The majority of the US, at least the US students coming to Portugal, choose Lisbon, maybe some Porto, and very few go elsewhere in the country. So if you could share with us, I guess, some of your struggles in this growth process, or any milestones that the Spain Higher Education Ministry and public policy makers have taken during these decades in growth, that would be nice for us also to have that knowledge. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Well, obviously there have been many challenges in this way. It is true that in Spain it's different in that sense, because I don't think most study abroad students come to Madrid. They go all over the country. They go to Andalusia, they go to Barcelona, of course, many of them, Valencia. So in that sense, it hasn't been so much of a challenge, right? But there's still many issues that are problematic for us. Again, the issue with visas is kind of dramatic right now for us receiving students. Our consulates were closed for so long in the US that now they don't have the time to process, and we sometimes lose students that were coming to Spain just for that reason, which is obviously kind of silly. You don't want to do that after all this hard work. And then at the government level, we've been doing some efforts, but I would say that mainly the biggest efforts has been by the institutions. When you see their presence, and we mentioned NAFSA or EAA, how they are everywhere, constantly trying to internationalize, to be in the, and we're in the same process again in the European universities, and this is good because it's both for Spain and Portugal. They are very well represented in this. We're always at the top of European countries in the interest for internationalization, and I think in the end that pays off, of course. But so in conclusion, I think the reputation of the tourism in the country helped a lot bring people from the US, not only in the educational sector. Our universities are generally well placed in international rankings, not very much at the top, but the whole system is quite good. And then, of course, these programs like the language assistance, which is thousands of students year after year after year, they do help a lot, provide an environment of welcoming foreign students. And other than that, I don't know. Again, we may have bigger numbers. At the same time, I really like what I heard from your projects, and I really want to know more about it, because that's where we want to go. And you mentioned that you don't want to have bubble groups of students coming and going, because, well, that may work well for a tourist agent, but not for a university. That's not our goal. So we still have a lot of work to do in that. The numbers are there, they are good, but there is still a lot that we need to do together to keep moving on this. And of course, universities always lead the way, because they are in the front lines and they always tell us where to go. We want to work on this direction and this and that direction, and then we just support that. That the main work, I would say, has been done by the institutions themselves.
Thank you very much. My name is Monica Diaz. I'm from the Institute for Political Studies at the Catholic University, Katholieke. And so I would like to start with thanking you. This is a great initiative, and all presentations were so stimulating that I feel like let's go and work immediately and start. So I thank you very, very much. Great initiative. And I have two very specific questions. One is for you, for the MIT exchange program, which I think is really looking into the future and so appealing for especially young students. And my question is this a program, of course, connected to MIT, that is more for the natural sciences and engineering? Or is there also space for human sciences like political science or cultural studies and so on? This would be very important. I think that, of course, political studies and international relations are absolutely connected to questions such as cities or climate change. So most of the conflicts are rooted in precisely these problems. But so I feel that many students do not feel encouraged because they believe that this is an exclusive thing, or that students from engineering or the sciences have just more advantages. So is this true? And an appeal, if this is not true, which I hope it's not true, then make it very clear to students that they can all apply, and that sciences are interdisciplinary, and that we all have to learn each other. And then I thank you also, Michael, for this incredible insight that you brought us, for explaining that planning this is difficult. It takes time. We have to think of so many details. And I think the staff is have you the right staff to plan this and so on. So this was an incredible good presentation. And regarding the bridges, I think it's very good when it goes into, so a bridge goes always in two directions. So I think that's an incredible program. And this is my last question or point. Suggestion. I think that there are so many sites where we can reach you, as we have seen with Ottilia now, so many sites and so many contacts. But I still feel that many of our students do not reach. Maybe they have so much information, there's so much going on, they have so many fora and activities that they don't focus on this extraordinary opportunity. So I think the question is how to reach students, how to make them come. They're very used, the generation of students who are about 20 to 25 are very used to do things at home. And so I think universities, and we at our institute, we are of course open to it at Catholic University as well, but to open a channel that is really giving the information to students, that is more direct. I think this is the problem. Great programs, but only a few students get to it. So you have to improve the way to get to the students and to the scholars. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. The MIT program is interdisciplinary, so that's a main point to make it clear. And we've been having sessions, for example, to present the PhD grants. We went throughout the country, so that's also to make it clear. It's not just focused in one city or in one university. It's not focused just on engineering. just to make that clear. And so we presented our program throughout the country. We also had workshops, as I mentioned, also in Açores, so it's also not just for continental Portugal. That's also a very important program. So we want all universities, not just focusing on engineer. Obviously, engineer is the main focus, but the MIT Portugal program is grounded on the 4 main research areas, as I mentioned. And then we have also data science in there, bridging everything together. So all the students are very welcome, not just engineer. And as I mentioned, we have different ways to approach the MIT Portugal program. We have the PhD grants. We had, in the past, the flagship programs, very big teams, lots of money involved. Obviously, engineer is an important part, but social science is also important. And as you mentioned, we can't just solve all the issues we have in our society and the 4 main areas that are addressing the society programs just with engineer. We obviously need all the other scientists, social scientists, to bring together. So definitely, and one thing that I advise is please go to our website, go to Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. We have lots of places for the young generation to address and not the so young generation to address. We have our office also always ready to answer any questions that you have and to support all the researchers, both in Portugal and the US. This is an international collaboration, and what we want is to bring as much scientists from more diverse areas as possible, and collaboration is a key word in here. So please spread the word.
Yeah. Now, I wanted to highlight that the working with the universities, with the offices of international relations, I think it's the key to spread the word, because we cannot reach every student in the country, although we try to do that online. We've been doing outreach online for the past couple of years and realizing that is a very good way of reaching out to students as well. As you say, they've been working from home. They're used to see all the information on their mobile phones. So we have to work, if we want to reach a certain age of students, that's the way to go. But we need to work in collaboration with the offices of the institutions to let them know that there's a group of resources available. If someone speaks about the US, you know how to help them reaching out for the information. We do have a weekly newsletter, all the social media, all of that, but making the information flow and reach those we are interested to engage as potential applicants for all of our programs or hosts or whatever. There's not a magic wonder that you can snap and it will happen. So we do need the collaboration with all I would stress that, the collaboration with the universities and the international relations offices, which are key and which also are part of the USA-Portugal effort as a key element of all the efforts nationally that we want to promote. We've been offering training opportunities, webinars, all of the resources that we can to make the professionals in the field aware of what the ecosystem is and what the resources they can take advantage of, and then work in collaboration and spread the word. It's a never-ending task, and I've been doing it for 20 years, so I know. Every time we think that, well, we've covered it, there's new stuff coming in, there's a change in the administration leadership, so everything has to be in a continuum. So.
And just to reiterate too, what Otilia's saying is that we are constantly facing the same issue. Is we put everything out. It's on our website. It's on our on our platforms, Facebook, Instagram. We advertise. We also go old school. There was just over the weekend there was a college fair, a study abroad fair here in Lisbon and in Porto. We're there. So we try many different ways to get the word out, and we work a lot together on that. Yeah. But it's impossible when especially just on this J1 thing. Just when I was pulling it up, there were 5 ads before you even get to the State Department program. So, trying to make sure that they have the right information, because the State Department is the official information. There's all these, they promise visas, they do this, they do that, but, just making sure they get the right information, it's always a challenge, and it's one that we continually have to deal with.
Absolutely. If I just can add just a small element which is important. It's also a matter of diversity and access. We just cannot rely on the fact that all the ones that are, for instance, in Lisbon, I don't have anything against Lisbon, but if you're here, the truth is that you have access to other information and opportunities that other parts of the country don't. Or if you come from an affluent family and your father is a college professor, of course you'll know about Fulbright and all the other opportunities, but we want to go beyond that and reach out those who are not aware of the opportunities and tell them that MIT program, Fulbright program, is for them as well, so they can, and that's an extra layer of challenge in terms of making our information across.
And making sure it's accessible in all forms. So, for instance, was it just this last year, Otilia, that we had our first blind scholar who went on a Fulbright program? So we're really trying to make sure that it's fully accessible to everyone.
Yeah. Maybe we should all get together and have like a front end, all the opportunities combined in one front end, who knows, as an idea. Well, we have additional questions. Professor António Vasco, não é? Vi a sua mão, mas alguém esteja primeiro, não sei. Eu vi a sua mão. Eu sei que a professora Elsa também.
My name is António Vasco Carneiro. I'm the head of the Institute for Evidence-Based Healthcare at the University of Lisbon School of Medicine. And I've been working for a very long time with FLAD. I was the 3rd scholar in FLAD that got a scholarship, and with Fulbright. And also I was the head of the Harvard Medical School Portugal program. Now you stay alive, ours didn't. But it was a very interesting experience. God knows how the politicians think that they should do. I just want to quickly ask a quick question. There are a lot of funding opportunities within the American universities. And my gut feeling is we don't know enough about it. And I didn't know that until my son, I have twins, and he graduated from aerospace engineering here at the Institute Superior Technical, and then he went to do full postgraduate at the University of Colorado Boulder, which is the 2nd or the 3rd best center in the world. So he did the mastership, he is the master, 2 years of master, and now he's doing the PhD. And why am I telling you this? Because I had my savings to pay for this education. So the kid gets there 2 years ago on August, when Mr. Trump opened for a week the plane. So I shoved him into the plane, and there he went. And they start working. About 4 months after he arrived, he was called to the department chief, and they tell him, "We like you very much. We think that you are a very good student. You're a very nice person. So we're going to give you a scholarship for the full masters." Now we're talking about right there and there, about $100,000. And then when he finished, near finishing his mastership, he was called again by the head and said, "We are going to give you a full scholarship for your PhD." Right there is about $220,000. So in one small kid, the investment in this student is almost $500,000. We didn't know anything about this. We had no idea. I was ready to actually use my savings to pay for my son's education. We had no idea that these resources were available. I was completely flabbergasted. But they said, "Well, we have all this money that we can support you." So how do we get this information? Having been here in this field for many, many years, it was the first time I ever saw this. I didn't know this was possible. Of course, not everybody gets scholars. We have to be very good. But again, on aerospace engineering, everybody's good. No, everybody's good. I mean, they are all brilliant students, all of them. So how do we get, this is a crucial information. So absolutely crucial information. Not only because I just about saved $400,000, but also because the road is open for this kid. And this is really, really, really important. But again, I'm just saying that I didn't know about this. I'm in this field, but I didn't know. Can we do something about this? Is there any possibility that we can find out if, good students can have this fantastic opportunity? And that's why I love America, because that's the only place on earth that's going to educate my son for free, and then he comes back to Portugal.
Yeah.
So we have to realize we are talking about a very special environment, and that's why I think this initiative from FLAD is really, really, really good. I'm the head of one of the departments of research, and I really think this is really, really important. I'm sorry I took too long, but I just want to give you this.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank you
okay.
for that. I just want to say,
Please.
though, that you can find this out, and this is exactly what Education USA does. So Education USA is a tremendous resource. They walk you through every step of the way. They tell you how to research universities, because everyone loves the Stanfords, the Carnegie Mellons, the MITs, but there are so many fantastic universities out there that are looking for talented students. And Portugal has a ton of talented students. So you do have to do a little bit of legwork, but you really, at a PhD level, you should not be paying for school. So
I found that out.
yes, you should not be paying for school at a PhD level. And so there are opportunities out there. You have to be open to different types of universities. You have to be open for teaching assistantships, research assistantships, and there's scholarships. But Education USA walks you through the entire process. And Dorian is fabulous, from researching your institute, seeing what they have available, all the way through how to apply every little step. They walk you through it. So that's a really good resource.
Can I just add one thing to that, too? We recently, FLAD supported the Washington Pops Orchestra for the 4th of July event at the embassy, plus some other outreach things they did while they were here, and the conductor was a young guy. He visited the Conservatorio, and he told me, and I'm sure Penny heard this story numerous times, that he was completely blown away by the quality of the musicianship of the young people that he met. In fact, he mentioned this one violin player that was, I think, 13 or something, and he said, I think Portuguese families need to understand that there are an array of public universities, not just the Berkeley colleges of music, that have full scholarships at the undergraduate level for really talented international musicians in this case. And it's that kind of information that I think, Education USA is best placed to really get the word out, and then to help them follow through on the steps of, okay, how do you do this? Yeah.
So next, I understand Gary wants to speak. Professor Elsa. Anyone else wants to for a matter of managing time? Okay, and Jessica, please, Gary.
So just one complicating factor is there's over 4,000 higher ed institutions in the U.S., and it ends up being an individual institution decision on getting TA-ships or research assistantships. There's lots out there, but it is a complicated process. But the opportunities are there, and it's great that your son got that. The question I had was for Jose. As we look at U.S. study abroad numbers, the numbers of students going abroad for full degrees to other countries is very small. The number of students that even study abroad for more than a semester is also less than 10% of the total. So you have 90% plus of the U.S. study abroad students going for a semester or shorter term, maybe only 2 weeks or a month or the summer or a winter break. And one of the key sets of organizations, and I know a lot of presentations later will be talking about them, are study abroad providers, non-university organizations, or U.S. universities not even doing degrees, but just setting up a campus for short-term study abroad students, like Boston University in Madrid and others. I know the political situation is generally that the government organizations primarily support their home campus universities in creating partnerships. In your experience in Spain, how much has been done to support non-Spanish university opportunities for study abroad in Spain through U.S. universities, small study abroad campuses, or study abroad providers that aren't even universities who host many of the U.S. students who study in Spain.
You mean like for U.S. universities that have campuses in Spain or
Not
other?
for degrees, just for
Not for
short
degrees,
term.
yeah.
And then study abroad provider companies like CIEE, Barcelona SAE, ISA World Strides, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, that yes, they have a big percentage of students doing study abroad programs go through these organizations. In our system, CEPIE, which I work for, doesn't work directly with these organizations. Okay, they work more with APUNE or with the Study USA, I understand, probably, but not so much with us. We work mostly with universities, with the Spanish universities, public and private. Okay, but we don't work directly with these other organizations. So my organization as a team does not provide support for that. Of course, the support we provide in terms of trying to facilitate the visas and all the requirements, that applies to everyone being in the program. And we're in constant communication with APUNE, with the Study USA, but we do not generally work directly with these organizations. Not here, but I can probably get it for you. So I'll share it afterwards, okay?
Thank you, Jose.
And I'm very pleased to say that we are here with Elvira Fortunato, the Portuguese Minister for Science and Higher Education. Thank you for the panel. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your interventions, which were very useful. I now welcome Elvira Fortunato, Portuguese Minister for Science and Higher Education. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Dear Rita Faden, President of FLAD, dear U.S. Ambassador to Portugal, Randy Charno Levine, I don't know if he's there or not. Not there, sorry.
It's just me.
So, dear Michael Baume, member of the Executive Board of FLAD, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here with you today at the first FLAD Annual Forum on U.S. and Portuguese higher education. The internationalization of higher education is one of the government's priorities, and in particular, the specific ones related to USA is of major importance. In the recent decades, Portugal has seen a significant increase in cooperation between academic institutions from different countries and an increase in the international mobility of students, teachers, and researchers, and the strengthening of the influence of organizations proposing and directing supranational programs. The growing importance of, for example, the Erasmus Plus Education and Training National Agency, the increasing of national participation in the Erasmus Plus program, the significant impact of Study and Research in Portugal initiative and US Portugal campus, and the involvement of Portuguese institutions in European and international research networks and infrastructures, agencies, and scientific programs highlight the path of internationalization we have outlined and that we are following. Therefore, the Portuguese Foundation for Science and Technology has been promoting since 2006 several partnerships with U.S. higher education institutions such as Carnegie Mellon University, University of Texas at Austin, and Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This joint adventure at the scope of Go Portugal, Global Science and Technology Partnership, funds research and development projects, doctoral scholarships, mobility programs, and short courses to foster science, research, and innovation inside and outside of Portuguese higher education institutions, but also within and outside our borders, and covering the following topics: STEAM areas like advanced computing, nanotechnology, Earth-space interactions, medical physics, technology innovation, entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence, data science, and machine learning. Also, areas like climate science and climate change, digital transformation in manufacturing, and sustainable cities have been addressed. Apart from these three partnerships, we are also promoting the cooperation with Harvard Medical School to promote translational research and clinical programs, along with the development of a new infrastructure for the promotion and dissemination of medical information. This path includes a growing relevance of our institutions and our scientific and academic communities in the international context through participation in international networks that allows more and better qualification of human resources, knowledge and technology transfer, and participation in the benefits generated internationally. It is essential to promote and value higher education at the international level, developing a structured and coordinated diplomacy committed to the democratization of access to knowledge and advanced training. I was not able to attend the morning session and also the day of tomorrow, but I would like to receive the minutes of this conference, because I guess we will learn a lot. And since we want to increase the partnership between Portugal and US universities, I guess this is quite important and on time and timing. My last words go to FLAD, which is opening its arms to Portugal for more than 30 years, and with who we are working in the internationalization of higher education at both our countries, sharing knowledge, experience, best practices, not only in science, technology, and education, but also in arts and culture and transatlantic links. We cannot work alone. We need to work closer, shortening the ocean that exists between us. This is why I'm committed with the initiatives that bind us together, which foster mobility, global talent, value creation, experience, and connections that, just like Michael Bohm wrote some time ago, have been proven to drive social and economic innovation. So thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you.
Lunch, and we'll resume at 2:30. Okay, we've given some suggestions for restaurants around. There are a few. Hopefully the weather stays as is, and I'll see you all after lunch. Thank you.
E som 2, alô? Sim, a Rita teve de saber, tinha uma reunião por causa da nova casa. Enfim, eu não estou muito envolvida no projeto, mas agora na implementação. Sim, mas. Sim, já houve assim policy changing, não é? Na A3E.
Marco, nós tivemos uma visita e estou com este do ciclo. Bastante centralizada e estávamos sempre com a calculadora de as escolas que têm especialmente nós que todos mais ou menos iguais. Pagar o mesmo preço. E uns têm, os outros não têm. It comes the golden voice of radio.
Where do I go? Probably find out.
E hoje ficamos aqui? Sim. Pode ser aqui, qualquer um desses?
Sim, sim. Ok. São aqueles senhores aí. Olá. Yeah, you can sit wherever. I'll figure out.
You got it.
We're good.
Genesis is going to moderate this panel.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yeah? Wonderful. So, welcome back to, I feel like I'm a talk show host. Welcome back to the first annual forum, FLAD Forum on Portugal and USA higher education. Please, I know we just had lunch, so I like to say I've been a teacher before, and the after lunch class is always the most difficult. So I hope that the energy up here can keep you awake and entertained in the second panel. So my name is Genesis Garcia. I'm the newest member, I think, of FLAD in general, but specifically of the SIPN team, the Study in Portugal Network team. My position is program specialist. I still don't really know all of what that particular title means, but I work very, very closely with our students. I'm pretty much front line, supporting them, things that they need. And so this particular panel is of very much a lot of interest to me because I'm from the US originally. I've been in Europe for basically most of my adult life. And so understanding this difference between a more European or Erasmus perspective from the students versus the US perspective, which is what I work with predominantly. So I'm really interested in seeing the differences and seeing what our panelists have to say so that we can help our Portuguese institutions better target the audience that they're trying to work with. So to start off, something that was mentioned before, if you have the digital version of our program, you can actually access the panelists' information, bios through the links directly on the program. So that way we spend more time actually talking or getting to the nitty-gritty of what we want to talk about. So first I want to present Gary Rhodes. Gary Rhodes is the professor and chair of the Graduate Education Division and also the director of the Center of Global Education at California State University, Dominguez Hills. So Gary, you can start us off.
I guess I'll go behind the podium, even though it's clear. It's always good to be at the podium. Hi, it's good to be here. Thank my guests from FLAD and from various parts of Portugal and other parts of the world for welcoming me here. I've enjoyed my stay in Portugal, and I look forward to continuing to talk to you after my presentation. My presentation is focused, I've got one later in the next session that's more happy and how to collaborate with universities in California. This one's more about why collaborating with US universities is a complex set of variables. So I've got a lot of slides. I'll go through a lot of them quickly. I apologize, I don't speak Portuguese and it's in English, but you'll have all the PowerPoint available later, so you'll be able to come back to it. So along with my role as a professor, I run a center that I started back in 1998 at the University of Southern California, and I'll show you some of the content from there, but a lot of the content relates to effective administrative practice in study abroad. It's called the Center for Global Education. There we go. So yeah, she explained what I am. But I think it's also interesting to recognize some of the things we do outside of our normal practice of international education, and I'm also involved in Olympic studies. And I think what we do in this field is really important, partially because we try to introduce students to other parts of the world to grow their knowledge and information. And in the Olympic studies world, I'm connected to the founder of the Modern Olympics, Pierre de Coubertin, the international and U.S. Pierre de Coubertin committees. And when the Olympics was founded, it also included Olympic peace and Olympic truce as concepts. And it's another opportunity to connect to an organization that supports the kind of ideals, although we're not always perfect, the ideals that we strive for. Let's see. Oh. Oh, can you advance? Froze? Oh. Uh-oh. Just 1 second. Well, let's see. What would that slide? I'll pull out my laptop. So I can go over content. We can always go back to the slides later. No problem. That's in international education. We always have to be ready for you never know what. Oh, good. Okay. All right. Okay. So back to this. So in terms of a U.S. perspective, it goes beyond just what are we teaching in the classrooms. I know that's a lot of what we think about in terms of university education, but we send students to other parts of the world. But also when, in the U.S. perspective, when we deal with students on our home campuses, we're dealing with health and safety challenges, what we're doing at our campus to do comprehensive planning, if we're doing that. And there's things that we see in the study about context, the concept, I know we have at least one lawyer in the room, the concept of duty of care. What is our responsibility to students? We think our university students are mostly 18 and over, right? They're adults. If you've dealt with US university students, sometimes we wonder how much they are. One of the critical elements when we send students abroad, in the US, the legal drinking age is 21. So they come here 18, 19, 20. They may have had alcohol before or other things, but they officially haven't had the spigots open to have as much alcohol as they want without any rules. One thing that's important, and an important part of the program today and tomorrow, is the important collaboration with government agencies. One of the growing issues on our campuses, we always know that there's physical health issues. COVID raised that specter, but the mental health issues also was raised with COVID, but even before COVID. The number of students at our universities in the US needing specialized mental health services has grown significantly. The US government provides travel information for every country in the world, and they rate them on all kinds of scales. Portugal is back to level happy 1, but that could change, you never know. But yeah, with COVID, almost every country was level 4 and not such a safe thing to do. Crisis management planning, it's very complex. How do you figure out all the potential issues? And I'll talk more about that. Orientation and training of students. What should students know before they come to Portugal, for instance? Should they be fluent in Portuguese? Should they know what the number is to call an ambulance? What is the minimum amount of information they should have to be an adult student in Lisbon or Porto or in the Algarve? And we have to be available to respond at any time, anywhere, to the issues and needs of our students. The good news is we can collaborate, and I think that's one of the important parts of the conference as well, is finding ways for institutions in Portugal and the US, government agencies, to share resources and work together well. And although there's some areas where different universities compete for students, when it comes to health and safety and crisis management, I think we're more able to collaborate. So kind of in terms of philosophical background, thinking about what are the critical issues and skill sets from both Portuguese and US perspective for faculty and staff leading programs for students participating. And then what policies, procedures, training, and support is actually in place for faculty and staff and students? And then what should be in place? What are the things that you really should be doing, and doing a review of whether you're doing them or not? So there's real issues that come up. There's a sample of some slides with student health and safety issues in different parts of the world. We know that the larger number of students you send, there's a potential of something negative happening when they're traveling abroad. And it may not be true that the same health and safety standards we expect in the US or in Portugal are available everywhere in the world. Like one of the incidents was in a fire in a Paris apartment. And so the fire safety standards may be different. Maybe no smoke alarms. Some study abroad providers now are providing smoke alarms to every student that's in a study abroad program. I don't know if you know what the fire safety standards are in Portugal, and if there's a smoke alarm in every bedroom, and if not, are you giving them all a smoke alarm, or should you? What happens if, you experienced it in spring of 2020? What if all the students need to leave because of some crisis or event, or just one student, and if they need special support? So thinking about an evacuation of a student or a group of students. And sometimes there is a worst case scenario where students die on a program. The concept of that is repatriation. So emergency evacuation in your insurance plan is getting somebody out from somewhere, and repatriation is when somebody passes away, how do you return the remains to the country? Again, my presentation later is more fun, but these are important issues. So water safety, alcohol issues. So it's, the point of this is that it's not just talking. I mean, there's actual incidents that have been faced by study abroad organizations. We have to think about terrorism, and one of the first big incidents of terrorism that impacted US study abroad students was actually Syracuse University students on Pan Am 103 in Lockerbie, Scotland. So a large group of study abroad students was on that plane. So, but it can happen anywhere in the world these days. I mean, what do you do to prepare for it? What do you do to plan to not be at a place where something bad happens, or how do you respond if it does? One of the reasons I got involved in the Olympic movement is if you asked anybody in the United States, do they know the name of any student that's ever studied abroad that's not family? The only one they would have known is Amanda Knox. You know who Amanda Knox was in Italy, accused of killing her British roommate. So the rationale is every 2 years, whether it's the Winter Olympics or Paralympics or Summer Olympics and Paralympics, over 2 billion people are watching the Olympics. So although what we do in study abroad is really important, and there's good data on people in political high levels that were impacted by study abroad, the question is how can we further expand impact of international learning and understanding so that people think about some of our students. What are we doing to add on Instagram and multimedia a lot of stories of our students and the growth they have in study abroad? Again, it can also happen on our campuses in the US. One of the things that I think is important is there's actually some standards out in the field that aren't always well shared with our colleagues around the world. And I'll share a couple with you. One is called the Interorganizational Task Force Good Practices for Safety and Responsibility in Study Abroad. And then the Forum on Education Abroad has a set of standards that includes health and safety. And that one I won't share with you. There's another one called the CAS standards. It's a quality insurance type stuff. But people in the study abroad field in the US probably don't even know about it. So we'll leave that one out for now. But I mean, it is another thing that is useful to know about, and in your extra time, something to look at. So back in the late 90s, there was a study abroad incident where a group of students were on a program in India. And they were originally going to take a plane from one location to another, and last minute they changed to buses. And late at night on a tough road, they were on a bus. One of the buses rolled, students died, an administrator died. And there were another highly publicized incidents. A lot of parents got involved, and they're like, what is this field doing to support the safety of our students? And so the field came together and created this interorganizational task force for safety and responsibility in study abroad. Back in '98, they created one edition. They updated in 2002, and they recently published a new edition. Now, so this is the third edition. So how many people have seen the first and second or the third edition? Right? So that tells you that our field isn't doing enough to say, we're publishing these things that you're supposed to be responsible for doing when you bring US students, but we're not telling you about them. So one of the PDFs, I won't show it, but it'll be part of my downloaded presentation. You can see it in full. But it gives you a lot of things that you should be doing as an effective organization. I have some more snapshots of it. But then the other thing that I'll show you is, and I'll hand out, and again, the PDF of these will be in the presentation documentation. So there's, the Forum on Education Abroad was created how many years, 15 years ago, 20 years ago now, when they thought that NAFSA wasn't doing enough in the study abroad area. And one of the things they've created is the standards of good practice in education abroad. So they changed the language to be more comprehensive than study abroad, to be education abroad. And so this is the 6th edition of the standards of good practice in education abroad. How many have seen that, the first 5? So again, we're not doing as good a job as we could. And so there's a set of standards, and I'll pass around a document. Again, you'll get the PDF later, but just something to look at while I'm talking to you. And these are prompts for doing self-study about how you're doing with the standards. But so this gives you an idea of some of the things to think about in terms of the standards. You know, what are you doing in terms of student conduct? You know, this one is responsible parties shall prepare students to manage their safety, providing resources related to concerns including but not limited to physical risks, behavior, property crime, liability and legal issues, sexual misconduct, identity-based discrimination, country-specific recommendations. So as you think about your pre-departure orientation and the materials you provided, a national, international organization that just had their conference in Milan, Italy, has all these things in writing that says you're all supposed to be doing these things when you're supporting US study abroad students. You know, what are you doing related to drug and alcohol use, sexual misconduct, et cetera. So there's a lot of things that we're saying that you should be doing, but we're not even telling you. You don't really even know that you're supposed to be responsible when you bring US students abroad for doing all these things. And then they have, so that document is prompt. So one is, here's what you should be doing, and here's what questions you should ask yourself when you do your own self-study. And it's a lot of work. So what are some of these issues? So how many people feel like in this international education area, they always have a lot of extra time to do a lot of extra things? So in my free time that I don't have, I mean, if you think about it from US perspective, you can see whether it's alcohol and drug use, potential environmental challenges. I hear any day now there could be another earthquake in, no, I shouldn't even say that. I'm from Los Angeles. We have them all the time, too. So that actually, we should do an earthquake exchange between Los Angeles and Lisbon or something. But legal issues, science laboratory issues, tropical diseases, water safety, you know. So all these different issues and challenges, it doesn't mean you're going to have a problem with them all the time, but it's what do you have in place to deal with those? What information is going to students? If you don't know how to swim and you go to the Algarve and there's no lifeguard, maybe it's not a good idea to go in the water. And telling the graduate student or the director of the program, don't bring your students to the water if you really don't have it well managed. I mean, and that, you'd think that was logical, but it doesn't always happen. So I mentioned the concept of duty of care. And so the concept is, what is our responsibility to individuals? It's kind of a legal concept, but it's also a practical concept. And so in the US, we treat students 18 and over as independent adults, but when we send them to Portugal, they don't know Portuguese, they've never been here before. You know, what do we need to do to put them in that adult role? Our top-level administrators are saying, okay, everybody should go abroad, we should do all this stuff, but we're not going to give you any more staff or any more resources to do it. On our campuses, everybody has a single job. You know, you're the librarian, you do risk management, you're in charge of health. In study abroad, we're responsible for all these different tasks. And one of the most important things is to bring colleagues together so that it's not just you on your own. And on our campuses, faculty are responsible for teaching in their academic areas. And when they go abroad, unless they're trained, they don't really necessarily want to take on the responsibilities of managing students. And then our family members in the US often are over-involved, even if their kids are not really kids anymore. And so when they're on the campus, it's like, leave them alone, but suddenly on study abroad, they want us to be doing more hand-holding and even talking to them, even though there's privacy rules that don't allow you to do that. So this is the one that says, use this one when you want to raise, if you're not getting enough salary and you're doing all these responsibilities. So you can use this and think about, on a daily basis, what are the things that I'm doing as a part of my job? Or other people use it for trying to get more staff. But really, if you're trying to, in the US, we're very litigious. So there's many universities now that have one full-time health and safety manager in their study abroad staff, which didn't exist when I started in the late 90s. But one of the ways they were arguing is, look at all these things we have to do. If we avoid liability, it's going to save money for the institution, and we serve the students better, it's better PR. So it's thinking, okay, now you've got kind of something that says, wow, one of my jobs is actually dealing with students with disabilities. So yeah, if somebody comes and needs special assistance, what's reasonable accommodation and what support you need to provide. So you'll have this slide available as well. Now some resources. Through our safety clearinghouse, you'll see the websites on the bottom. We've got a bunch of stuff. One of the critical things we try to do, and I'm sure you do as well, is try to collaborate with the government. And so there's agencies like the State Department. There's a group called OSAC, Overseas Security Advisory Council, that collaborates with business, but also US colleges and universities operating abroad. But there's a lot of government agencies, CDC, when you're talking about health issues, that have specialized information on their resources talking about students' health and safety. We actually, if you ever want to tell your students about alcohol and study abroad, we do a video and have some resources there, because that's one of the things our students often find themselves doing poorly. One of the things I suggest, which is not part of this, but the more you do service learning and integration with community service, the less consistent that is with just being about yourself and getting drunk and looking stupid. So there's other ways to kind of support people acting mature besides just talking about alcohol safety. There's a checklist that we've got with background on a lot of different issues related to health and safety. For students, we have a sample emergency card, sample emergency action plan and steps to take. So you can use these and steal whatever you want and put it on your website how you want, that's fine. Then we've translated important words and phrases to a number of different languages, including Portuguese. So you can access that on another one of our websites. We've actually developed an online course where students can go through a full curriculum. One course is before study abroad, one while you're there, one after you come back. And again, if you find content that's relevant, you don't want to do it inside this, you can also pull it out. We got federal funding to develop a lot of this stuff, so give it away. We did alcohol awareness. So again, that's a lot of stuff. You'll get the PowerPoints, but again, as you process this, again, the question is, what should we know? What is in place, and what should be in place? And I think in terms of moving forward, I think again, as I mentioned at the beginning, collaboration is key. One of the other things in terms of, and it's one of the things you'll hear from both universities and study abroad provider organizations, if you get to the point you're like, we don't have the staff to do everything we want to do, we don't have the funds to upscale to do it, one of the potential ways to respond to that, and I think Michael mentioned that at the beginning, was there's provider companies that can do a lot of that for you, that have a full-time health and safety person, comprehensive staff, and materials. So it's collaborating across the region, internationally, and also thinking what organizations are around that you can work with. Jose mentioned APUNE, the Association of American Programs in Spain. I mean, doing more, I think, with FLAD on something in Portugal is useful as well. Thank you.
Really wonderful. Thank you, Gary. You put into words a lot of stuff that I do. So thank you, because I didn't have the words for that before. Next, we have Ivani Vassler-Frolik, from International Studies Coordinator from SUNY Fredonia, presenting on U.S. students studying abroad, teaching and learning expectations.
All right. I hope that everybody can hear me. Yes? Okay, here. Yeah, okay. It's better now? Or no? Yeah, it's coming, yeah? Yes, okay. So, first of all, I want to thank FLAD for the kind invitation and for the organization of the event. I am very glad to be here. First of all, I enjoy very much the country, but also because study abroad is what I am doing for a long time now in my career in academia. I'm going to give a little bit of the background here, mine, and then we go for my presentation. So I'm going to speak here as a faculty member. I am not a university administrator. So what I'm going to bring here, what I'm bringing here is my experience of being in touch with students, so many of them that are ready to go abroad, some are exploring opportunities, and they have many questions. So I work at the State University of New York in one of the campuses. The State University of New York, that goes by SUNY, is one of the largest university systems in US. And in the state of New York, SUNY has 64 campuses spread in the state. And I am in one that probably one of the smallest ones, that is in Fredonia, is a place that nobody ever heard about this name, but is in the western part of New York, near Niagara Falls, near Buffalo, New York, not far from the Canadian border. And so it's a regional undergraduate education. And there, I work in the Department of Political Science. I am a professor of political science and international relations, but also I coordinate international studies that is an interdisciplinary bachelor degree. So our majors in this degree, by curriculum, they are required to study abroad, no matter if short-term, long-term. And they also required to complete a foreign language at intermediate level. I would like to see more than just intermediate level, but unfortunately, it's what the university can offer at this point. So again, so I would like, probably a little bit of my presentation is going to overlap with my colleague, Gary, but very little, because it was yours, Gary, an excellent presentation from the perspective of all these administrative issues that we have to take care of, but just a little bit. So here is just a picture of the basic facts about US universities in connection with study abroad. So the numbers that in US there are about 4,000 institutions of higher education, considering what are the big research universities, the undergraduate institutions like the one where I am, but also the United States has this system of 2 years college, I think in every state in US. We will have, that is just 2 years of post-secondary education, with about now 15 million university students in US, growing slowly. But the point is that if we consider 4,000 universities, each one of them is going to have some type of study abroad program for students. Sometimes they're going to have big offices, sometimes small office, sometimes just one person taking care of students, but each one is going to have. And there are modalities that we all know about: summer session, winter session, semester long, the entire academic year. So let's forget the pandemic in hopes that, because during the pandemic, study abroad in US essentially didn't happen. But now that we are over, I think, right? The pandemic's behind us. We can see that numbers in terms of American studies studying abroad are growing again. But still, there are very few students, American students, studying abroad, considering a population, an university population of 15 million. In a regular year, forget the pandemic, the number is about 2% only of US students study abroad. So there is a lot of potential for growth, and we can talk a little bit more about in terms of efforts and government policy that could increase these numbers. So, and this is the point, right? So everybody's familiar with the organization that NAFSA, that is an association of international educators. Everybody interested in international education is familiar with NAFSA and with the studies and reports produced by NAFSA. And the potential, again, for increasing the number of US American students going abroad exists, but there are variables there. And the variables are the student's motivation, that this can be a problem sometimes. Not every student sees the value. It requires convincing them some work. Parent support, a little bit of my colleague Gary was mentioning, because the students, they need the support of parents to embark on a study abroad program. And again, parents, they have many questions. In my experience at SUNY Fredonia, when we have a group of students that are going abroad, we have an orientation session with the students, but sometimes the parents show up, and because the parents, they have many questions. They have questions about the safety of the country that their children are going. They have questions about legal issues in the country. Oh, if something happens, a crisis, an emergency, who am I going to call? How am I going to contact my child, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, and also, obviously, the parents have financial concerns. They wanted to understand very well the money is going what, how much, and etc. So this is a variable to take into account when we consider this idea of increasing the number of US study students going abroad. So one of the challenges, the way that I see, based on my experience, is the focus. Who is focusing on study abroad, right? Is institutional, must be. The institution where I work, the institution where several of us work, the level of dedication to the issue, but also the host institutions, and we are talking here, we are in Lisbon, so the institutions of Portugal, it's important to consider the level of commitment in terms of attracting foreign students. Another issue, but from the perspective of a faculty member is very important, it's what we call the curriculum internationalization. There is a lot of talk in US about this, about internationalizing campus and curriculum. Yet, this is a process that generates a lot of discussion, passion as well, but takes time to materialize. Right. This internationalization of curriculum includes several things, including, for example, teaching foreign languages more intentionally, more foreign language courses in our campuses, includes bringing faculty to teach, representing other regions of the world, either long-term contractual faculty member or short-term visiting professors. This is one aspect. And the other aspect is to try to increase that our students, right, take, right, the challenge and go to study in other countries and learn a foreign language, which I think that's critical. And another challenge is about the public policy initiatives. And the public policy initiatives, the association is very much on that, trying to do a lot of advocacy in Washington, D.C., trying to get, especially the Congress, the legislators in the United States, to do something about studying abroad. As I was preparing this presentation, I came with an information that I say is not possible, but apparently is. Consider 4,000 universities in the US. Only 3 require that study abroad be a graduation requirement. Only 3. This is amazing, right? So this is one university in the state of Maryland, one in California, the other one in Pennsylvania, that they say that, yes, in order to graduate, you, dear student, you have to study abroad. Otherwise, you cannot graduate here. But so the idea here is that perhaps legislation at federal level, and also could be at state level, in some states at least, could make universities perhaps, I'm not sure if make a requirement, but at least encourage more that the students go abroad during their undergraduate education. Now I'm going to talk. Yes, this is really is the title of my presentation, about expectations in terms of learning and studying and teaching. I may not go to the impacts there. I put some of them because obviously we all hear that we are interested in international education. We know the benefits. There are many. There are lists of benefits for students studying abroad, for their careers, for their own university goals and benefits, personal benefits, right? Increasing their personal horizons, connecting to foreign cultures, etc. But if we talk to students, and again, my experience of talking to them, why you wanted to study abroad? In general, their responses align with the benefits. Not all, but they say, oh yes, because I really want to be in touch with the foreign culture, I want to be, to know more than just the United States, or yes, I believe that going abroad is going to increase my career prospects. They tend to align, but what they expect from a study abroad, then I think is a little bit more complicated. So they constantly ask about, okay, I'm going to study, I don't know, it's just an example, right, in Italy. But they ask me, and they ask other faculty members as well, if they know something about studying in Italy, how rigorous are the programs in Italy? Now, rigorous is not because they want that to be extremely rigorous. Must be something, a type of balance, something that, yes, they understand that they are going to learn, but also that they are going to have free time that is there, right? So those preparing study abroad programs must look for a balance between learning what they have to learn, but also allowing for some free time so they can, I don't know, meet people, and students, especially students coming to Europe. They want to travel around. They want to have this opportunity to, okay, I am in Portugal, but could I go to France, right? While studying in Portugal. This sometimes is difficult, depending the time that they are coming, depending they are going to have extended holidays and things like that. It's not so easy. So, which is independent travel, is one of the expectations. And for those who are teaching, you see there that there are expectations because I think Gary can say, and or hear people teaching in US, that students, they expect a very organized planning, the syllabus that we call the syllabus. They don't read much the syllabus later on, but at least they wanted to see one time and see the dates, if you have exams, and how you're going to grade the exams, and the readings, what is expected in terms of the assignments, etc., etc. A vague syllabus is a problem. And because, again, of advising students, I talk to them when they return to SUNY Fredonia, after spending a semester here and there and elsewhere. And some of them, they tell me that they had concerns while they were abroad with lack of planning, and that, yes, they were very much concerned with the fact that they could not connect with faculty members, because our students are very familiar with office hours. They need to know the time that there is a faculty member with whom they can talk. It's not that they are going to come to my office hours every week, perhaps once in the semester, but they want to know that I am there, that I have a phone, that I have an email. If they cannot meet me at the time that I'm in office, oh, please, could we make an appointment another time? This is very important. And obviously, grading, every student, they want to know precisely the rules. And for the host institutions, I believe that in SUNY Fredonia, we have sent students to many places, obviously most to Europe. And I think Italy has been a leading country, but also France and Spain. And in Latin America, there are two countries that attract attentions there, that's Mexico and Costa Rica. And some students, yes, in Asia now, it's opened, Japan, some opportunities for US students, at least from my view there in New York and South Korea. All right? And the thing with the host institutions is this. The host institutions abroad is something that we already saw here, the previous presentation, the need of strong support institutions for students in terms of housing, in terms of different services, including this idea of if someone is sick, what's going to happen, where I am going, if I don't feel well, who is going to take care of me, and so on. And it's very important, the channels of communications with parents. The institutions must think about them as well. There are challenges with studying abroad for US students, again, and this is related to the relatively small number of US students abroad. Language is a barrier. Only 5% of American students studying abroad are enrolled in world language courses, so this is a low, right, proportion. Students, they say that sometimes that they are afraid to go or to come here, say, to Portugal, or to Italy, or to Japan, because they are a bit concerned with living alone without the support of family. There is the cultural shock, obviously, a sense of, oh, I don't fit here because I don't speak the language, I have colleagues, but we cannot interact. And students facing financial difficulties, several US students, they need to work there in US, and therefore they don't find the time to study abroad. Some have family obligations. What's going on in US now is a growing student population that's called in US non-traditional. This is a growing group of university students, non-traditional, because they are not 18, 19 years old. They are adults, they have family, they have children. But so with less opportunities to study abroad, and this is why I put among the challenges, and the parents' doubts about going abroad. In the parents' expectations, as I already mentioned, about emergencies, about costs, and so on. So, considering all, what is there in US in hopes that United States is going to be able to send more students abroad, one is a type of initiative that is in US Congress. And the initiative started with a congressional commission that in 2000, soon after September 11. Soon after September 11, they initiated this study, right? And they named the Abraham Lincoln Study Abroad Fellowship Program. And the report is a 58-page report. But I selected just what's there, so what nations don't know can hurt them. And this is very much connected with what happened to US, that it was terrible, September 11. And from this perspective, it's obviously, we knew nothing about what was going on. Al-Qaeda and all that thing. The stakes involved in study abroad are that simple, that straightforward, and that important. For their own future and of that nation, college graduates today must be internationally competent. So this is the core issue of the report. Looking for a more globally informed American citizenry, innovative partnerships with the higher education to open more doors for study abroad, internationalization of US education by making studying abroad a cornerstone of undergraduate education. This is what is the report. The report, years later, generates a bill that is in the Congress, right? That is the Senator Paul Simon Study Abroad Program. Senator Paul Simon is here. He died. He was a Democrat from Illinois, and someone that was very dedicated to this idea of study abroad, of internalization of US universities. In honor to his work, in honor to his efforts, legislators later on, after his death, I think he died in 2010, 2011, I think, create this Senator Paul Simon Study Abroad Program Act that is, you see there the main goals, that the higher education institutions will make study abroad a critical component of a quality higher education, with the goal to take every year 1 million American studies abroad, going to study abroad, instead of the 250,000, 300,000 today. But This is a project. Obviously, the legislative process in the United States can take a long time. We know that. There is a lot of back and forth. The legislative process starts at the commission level, and let's see what the commission is going to say, and then, yes, perhaps go to the House of Representatives, but we are not there yet. So, this is the presentation for today. I'm open to the questions that you may have later on, and I thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Ivani. Victoria Winter, who's the Executive Director of External Relations and Internationalization at the Nova School of Business and Economics, presenting on internationalization and collaborations with U.S. schools stepping out of the Erasmus comfort zone. Victoria, you can go on ahead and start.
Thank you.
No problem.
I feel like I'm losing this. Good afternoon. I feel like I'm in a room with friends, actually, because I see so many familiar faces. It's wonderful. Okay, so I was very kindly invited here to talk a little bit about the experience of Nova SBE. So I need to make really clear first a couple of caveats that when I talk, I'm really talking from a perspective of business schools, not general universities. So all of my perspectives are really from that angle. So I'm an executive director for external relations and internationalization. I'm an administrator, not an academic. I've been for 5 years at Nova SBE, 6 years in Portugal. I have experience in healthcare, media, e-commerce, and professional sports across 4 different continents. I'm motivated by human connections and cultural intricacies. For me, that's fascinating, and that's why I get out of bed to work every day. And partnership building, of course. And I'm a proud mum of 3 under 5-year-olds. Which is another full-time job on top. What do I take care of at Nova SBE? Just to give you a bit of context. So I take care of all of our international collaborations at all levels, diplomatic relations, external representation of the school in front of all of our associations, networks, and anything else that I may be called to. Internationalization strategy and new market development, international accreditations and rankings, capacity building programs, so those are principally your Erasmus Plus programs, working with different schools around Europe, together with schools outside of Europe, and summer schools and short courses. So it's a pretty broad portfolio, but you will see there that there's not a whole lot there that is really student-facing, okay? So I'm not the person on the front line like my colleague here, Ivani, so I can't speak from that perspective. Just to give you a little background of who Nova SBE is, I'm going to be really, really quick, but just thinking about our US colleagues that are here, just so you know who we are. So we are... We're a business school. We're part of Universidade Nova de Lisboa, which is a comprehensive university made up of multiple faculties and campuses spread all across the Greater Lisbon area. We are located in the Cascais region in Carcavelos. For almost 15 years now, we've been teaching 100% in English. That was what enabled Nova SBE to take that leap into internationalization. Today, we're a top 30 business school in Europe, according to the Financial Times. We have more than 300 collaborative agreements with institutions around the world. More than 200, this is not completely correct, more than 225 are exchange agreements. 100% of our graduates are working within 6 months. We have 21,000 alumni across 70 different countries, which I'm sure for our American colleagues, this is like nothing. And more than 60 corporate partners that we work with. So corporate connection for us is something really, really important at the school. A few numbers. Principally, I just want to highlight we're 15th worldwide in Masters in Management and 11th worldwide in the Masters in Finance, according to the Financial Times. And 22nd, that was written by a Portuguese, in Executive Education worldwide. And top 3 Masters in Economics by Ed Universal. So we're a Triple Crown accredited school. For those who work in business schools, that's really obvious what those accreditations are, but we work with the AACSB, the EQUIS, and the AMBA, so the American, the European, and the British accreditations. And these are just some of our alliances that we are members of. So getting into what we want to talk about today, which is internationalization and collaborations with international institutions, and stepping out of that Erasmus comfort zone. So I'm going to start just with a little bit about the European strategy, and I know that the president of Erasmus Portugal is here, so I feel like I'm taking a test right now on what I'm going to say. But, oh, have I gone? There we go. So, when we talk about Erasmus, for European schools, this is a household practice, and it has been for many, many years. And the main takeaways of the Erasmus is that it created a really simple, straightforward structure for schools to be able to exchange students and start their internationalization path. And that was incredible for all schools across Europe. And I think without Erasmus, I think that even the European Union today would be very, very weak, because it's those foundation years and the internationalization of our students in those moments that really strengthens the international relations long term. So basically, it provided us with a cookie-cutter mold that just permitted us to exchange people really, really easily, and provided funds for doing so, which was also something that a lot of schools are cash-strapped, and that was really good. It's a really simple, straightforward grant grant awarding program, very transparent, and it also, while it's a cookie-cutter model, it does allow enough flexibility for you to sort of change up the way that you're structuring your in and out slots, etc., so that you can basically cater to the needs of your European partners and your international partners, but I'll get to that. But the EU strategy in very recent years has taken a very direct approach at pushing EU university alliances. And this is a huge step to creating basically single voice universities all across Europe, and helping to unify the European Union even further through that. And it was considered sort of the only way that we're going to really get to the baseline and to the solutions of the grand challenges is if great universities partner together to work on these solutions, because we've been doing it on our own and we haven't done it yet. So it's probably time to start partnering, and this was a way of facilitating. What this implies is that there is going to be a tendency for us to look a bit internally to Europe and focus a little bit more on consolidating our relationships within Europe. But it also offers us a really big opportunity. While there may not be the same funding opportunities to go external to Europe, there is a huge learning curve that we pass through as European universities that then enable us to apply the same principles that we've learned through our experience of the European University Alliances outside of Europe and Portugal. So that's European context. Now, understanding a little bit of the context of US schools, and I'm not going to pretend to know everything because I absolutely don't. I'm only speaking from the observations that I have and the experiences that I have working as a head of international relations for Nova. Cost. First difference, and that's the one that just hits you in the face every time. United States, at a public university, will cost you for an undergraduate degree probably around the mark of $40K. At a private school, it can go up to $140K. In Portugal, $2,100 will get you an undergraduate degree in a public school. In private, it can go as high as 18 or even higher in some cases in Portugal. That can create some perceptions of quality when you combine that with time. Because a degree in the US, an undergraduate degree, takes 4 years to complete generally. In Europe, it only takes you 3 years. If you combine that with fast, cheap, and good, that it is very natural that your US counterparts may start to question, but how can you deliver really great education fast in only 3 years, cheap at a fraction of the cost of US education, and how can you guarantee the quality of that if, it's the triangle. You never get bom, barato e rápido all at the same time. in Europe, we can do that relative to the US system. So there is that myth that, that we have to overcome there, and that objection that sometimes we may face. Also, there is a myth that a master's degree in Europe is a replacement for an MBA. It's not. It's a complement. A master's degree is a specialized degree typically for pre-experienced students. So students who have very little time in the market, 1 to 2 years tops. At Nova we'll take them up to 4 years, but the typical is 0 to 2 years experience when they come into a master's degree. Basically, it makes them a very, very qualified version of a US undergraduate with the benefit of holding a master's degree. So we need to break that myth that, just because you did a master's degree doesn't mean that it's not completely valid to take an MBA, which is the classic master level degree in the US. The other thing that this structure also presents for us is the possibility to build progressive double degrees. Now, if you're not completely familiar with what a progressive double degree is, it means basically a student would take year 1 and 2 in the US and take year 3 and the first year of a master's degree at a university here in Europe, and that would then permit you, with an extra 6 months generally, to take the undergraduate degree from the US and the master's degree from Portugal. And a US student could complete that in 4.5 years. And they're not tricking the system at all. It's just a huge benefit that we can actually capitalize on. So, talking about global outlook, another observation that we make. The US tends to prepare its students for a business career inside the US. And when you look at Europe and Portugal, and certainly the case of Nova SBE and many of the other universities that are sat here, we tend to prime our students for an international career, which may be partially in Portugal, but we certainly are priming our students to be able to work anywhere in Europe or even outside of Europe. So that means that the career services scope, it differs massively. The expectations of your students differ massively in terms of what kind of support you're going to give in time for their graduation. Language skills was another one that was mentioned by Ivani. According to the GMAT is the organization that does the GMAT examination, principally for MBA entrances. They found in the employer survey, 40% of US companies consider language skills as a critical skill. Meanwhile, in Europe, 70% consider it a critical skill, being the second most important skill when they're looking to find applicants and future employees. This means that there's a major misaligned set of expectations between institutions. If institutions in the US are gearing and priming their students to be able to graduate and work in the US, where the companies are not prioritizing language skills, and the European and the Portuguese institutions are doing quite the opposite, that means that we can have like some kind of incompatibility in the terms of the way that we're operating and the learning goals that we have for our students. Approach and style. The US typically has a strong emphasis on postgraduate programs for post-experienced professionals. Meanwhile, we have a heavy emphasis on project-based learning and having very experiential learning right from the undergraduate level. So our students, while they may not have professional experience when they graduate, they've already had a lot of hands-on experience with the corporate world in the case of business schools. Class sizes and internationalization. In the US, an average MBA class is 250 students, with many of the top schools accepting almost 900 students per cohort. 900 students per cohort. In Europe, the MBA average class size is under 200. The top schools admit around 500. But the difference here is, in the US, only 40% of those are international. And in Europe, over 90% of the students being recruited are international. But one thing to note, and I actually take this what I'm about to say from a conversation that I had over dinner with Louisa, which was that while US schools, they might be less international, but they're not necessarily less diverse. Because the basic background in the US classroom is so much more diverse than, for instance, we have here in Portugal, which is typically Portuguese students with Portuguese backgrounds and the massive immigrant population inside and the melting pot that is the US makes a US national cohort incredibly diverse. So I think that's something we can be very careful not to write off. Alumni and placement. So they have larger class sizes. That means that they have a larger alumni base. And I think most universities are realizing here in Europe, US schools already knew this decades ago, but we're waking up and understanding that our alumni networks are incredibly important for our future and for securing the ongoing reputation of our school, for securing placement for our graduates. The alumni, the wealth that sits inside an alumni network is huge, both for the alumni themselves and for the schools. But what we tend to do is we look to the US because the US is so good at alumni relations. I mean, just look at the donors that exist in the US. And we tend to look at the US as, okay, they're the benchmark and we have to figure out how they're doing it and see how we can replicate it. But look at this data. US schools typically place their graduates regionally. That means that Harvard, Wharton, Stern, they're placing between 40 and 70% in the Northeast. Stanford and UCLA are placing 60 to 80% of their graduates in the West. To give it a statistic about Europe, LBS and INSEAD place over 60% of their students abroad. Portugal, Nova SBE, in our international master's program, we place over 80% of our students abroad. This means that if you want to benchmark with the US, you're going to become very frustrated because the US alumni are entrenched in critically economically important cities in the US. They are concentrated and they are constantly together. Our graduates are completely dispersed. And that means that we can't use the US amazing alumni model. We have to invent our own wheel on this one. Campus life. So, United States. Many institutions presuppose an on-campus residence and often require freshmen to live on campus with a meal plan. Meanwhile, in Portugal, very few institutions offer on-campus living, or if they do, it's very limited in space. And students opt for third-party accommodation, house sharing with friends, etc. What this means for us when we're working with US schools, it means that the US students coming in may feel that they are unsupported and they may feel insecure with the kind of like, oh, well, you're enrolled with us, come and turn up once you've found your house and once you've plugged in your light bill and all the rest of it. Meanwhile, European students, when they go to the US, they may feel very stifled and like they're losing their independence and their freedom. So these are issues that, we have to deal with. So with all of these observations in consideration, the basic conclusion is we need to be ready to adapt. We cannot use the same molds that we use with our European partners as we would with the North American partners. So, be prepared for the details. And this really came home with me with the conversation with our colleagues from the US. And they were, and even just what you were presenting earlier, Brian, it's details on top of details on top of details. And it's not something that we do particularly well or have up to now felt that we have needed to. Okay, our system, our mentality is different. But to work with the US schools, we have to change that. We need to explain everything. There's no such thing, as Louisa told me the other day, there is no such thing as pointing out too much information. Don't assume anything. The more information you can give to students from the US, the more comfortable and secure that they will feel. Clearly explain how your school operates in terms of student support services. So you were talking about class hour, teaching office hours. again, it speaks home to that. Students in the US, they need to know exactly what they can expect at every moment of their journey with us. Be open to change the mold, or molds, depending on if you want to write it as a Brit or a US. Be open to changing the way that you write. Be open to changing the way that you structure your courses. You may have to do things different. If you're resistant to doing it different, you may find that you don't have the collaborations that you wanted. So a European Erasmus mindset tells us that student exchanges are a semester long. Maybe they won't be. US students or US schools, typically, and at least in our case, they want their students to come for really shorter periods. A lot of schools now are breaking semesters into terms. Think about how you can structure your terms so that you can receive a group in term 1 and a group in term 2, so that you're not obligating US students. Oh, well, if you want to come, you have to come for a whole semester. Then negotiate. Okay, so you'll have one student in term 1, one student in term 2. I will have one student going out, but for the whole semester. It's just a matter of like rebalancing things. Summer schools and short courses. This is a really good way of delivering altered content from your typical curriculums without having to compromise on existing courses. So if you're a school that teaches primarily in Portuguese and your US students are not going to understand, if you can set up some short courses for them, you don't have to compromise on those classes that you're not ready to make that transition to English on. The other thing is, it could be that, for instance, practical example, NOV-SBE is incredibly quantitative. A lot of schools in Portugal are, but NOV-SBE is no exception. We are very quantitative. And that can be very difficult for US students to overcome at times. If you run short courses, you can modify that content so that it's at a level that they're going to be more comfortable with. You're not making it easier, because you're going to fill it with other content that's equally as challenging, but you can lighten up on that quantitative level. Consider thematic packages. Consider developing block courses, something that offers, whets the appetite of the US schools, offering something that they don't have. I know US schools typically don't have huge offers in the area of SDGs, ESG, sustainability. Not huge offers. There are regional schools that do this, but across the US as a general statement, they're not strong in this area. It's something that Europe does really well. Capitalize on these sort of things. And also, this takes away the dilemma and the stress away from students that they may eventually have to participate in a bidding system. I don't know if your schools operate on bidding systems, but for instance, at NOV-SBE and many business schools across Europe, it's basically you get a set of points, and you basically bid chips on the schools that you on the courses that you want to take. And for a European student, that's pretty run of the mill. Not for the French. The French don't like it. But for a lot of schools, that's pretty standard operating practice. How badly do you want that course? Well, bet more chips on it. But for the US students that typically don't have a bidding system, I mean, that is just going to explode their brains before you have even put them in the classroom, and it's not fair to them. It's not fair. They're not conditioned for that. So if you can make it easy for them and give them a block of classes where they know where they're going to go, they know they're not going to have to work out the timetabling, everything's sorted out for them, it will be much more comfortable for them, and it helps you to know exactly where they are and support them when they need it. When you're looking for institutions to be your partners, make sure that you're looking at profile and compatibility. Student success should be in first place. It shouldn't be a vanity relationship. You may get an offer to have like this amazing relationship with, I don't know, Harvard Business School or something like that. Do not take that temptation if they are not compatible with you, because the students will come and your students will go, and they will all be frustrated and it will all go down the sink. And talking to this, for instance, US schools often have a lot of liberal arts and general education courses woven into their programs. In Portugal, particularly in the area of business schools, and I'm really sorry if I'm boring you all that are not from business schools, but it's my reality. In business schools, we typically are very, very focused on a discipline. So if you are taking management, you will take a set of management courses. That's one of the reasons that we can finish in 3 years, because we're so focused on content. But it also means that we end up being more quantitative, we end up having tougher courses often, and that can drag down a GPA of a student, and they become very unsatisfied with that. So find skills to work with that are compatible with your mindset and your operating mode. Seek the less obvious partners, which is what I was just kind of alluding to. Don't overlook US colleges, smaller universities, regional schools. There are amazing ones that are just not even on our radar. We think, when we think about the US, we think about UCLA, we think about Harvard, we think about Stanford, we think about Berkeley, we think about, University of North Carolina. We think about like these big schools, but there are so many smaller schools that are just very, very good at certain specialties. And it's a matter of finding those schools. And when I'm talking about finding those schools, you're not alone. You're not alone, because there exists organizations like FLAD, there exists organizations like the Fulbright Commission, there exists Portugal, Erasmus Plus Portugal, and the ICM grants. The ICM grants are International Credit Mobility Grants, which means that Erasmus is not only restricted to Europe. There are Erasmus grants for working with US schools. Nova SBE has a great number of them. My only recommendation is take the time to educate the US schools on what is an Erasmus grant, because they come typically not really trusting. What? You mean like this organization is just going to give us money to like travel? So, yeah, no strings attached. They're going to do it. And this is difficult for the US schools to get their head around. Like, there's got to be something to this. There really isn't. It's very simple. It's straightforward. It's beneficial for all. And so invest the time with your US partners if you're going to go down the ICM track, to explain to them exactly how it works and educate them on that. Embassies, trade commissions, and then other universities and business schools. Talk to your colleagues, talk to me, talk to each other, because we are all a massive tool for each other. We're all rowing in the same direction. We all want to internationalize. So basically, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's me.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And last but not least, we have Luisa Caldas, CIE Center Director in Lisbon, Perspectives of a Program Provider in Portugal. You have the floor.
Do I do anything? Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Ricardo, for the invitation. I'm very passionate about what I do, extremely passionate about US study abroad, and I sometimes feel lonely, and it's great to be in a room with so many people that want to talk about it. I am the director of the Lisbon Center, so I'm going to talk to you on behalf of a provider. We've talked about providers today several times. And also, I brought the presentation with a perspective of a Portuguese, with a Portuguese citizens team, adapting to the US context and hosting students with quite high evaluation results we've had lately, so there's been adaptation that has been working. Right? Okay, this is I'll bring you talk a little bit about providers, like we just talked about. It's a very good way, I agree 100%. If you are still trying to figure out how to bring US students to your campi and you don't know how to do it, provider is a very good way to start. Because we basically do everything, take care of the students, and then we just give you for the classes that they choose. We can even help with that. So definitely a very good way for Portugal to start this. If you want to go further and invest in direct programs with US schools, I'm bringing you a little bit of practicals and best practices. CIEE was founded in 1947. Right after World War II, like we just talked about, right, Fulbright. What is interesting, I bring you a photo of the first cohort of CIE students. So they used the ships that were coming to Europe to collect the military material after World War II, and they filled the ships with students that were brought to Europe and were able to study here. And then that was a very smart way to have this going, and it was the big start. CIE is represented in the 5 continents. We have centers everywhere around the globe. We have a central office in the US, quite big. I believe CIE is probably the largest study abroad provider. It used to be before the pandemic. No one really knows now what's going on. But in general, it was the largest. So CIE is, we've talked about there are for-profit providers. Interesting part for me, for CIE, is that it's a non-for-profit organization, and we are always working, everything we do is based on the core values. So access is very important. A lot of the money we collect from fees from students are reinvested in scholarships that they can connect with other scholarships, such as Gilman, for instance. Very important to talk about Gilman now, because the Portuguese was just added as a critical language. So that is a perfect moment for Portugal to invest in that. We may have more students that come with those scholarships. We also have work a lot on diversity and inclusion right now. It's definitely a topic that we have going on for all our programs. And then problem solving. I guess that's what everyone that works with students, that's what we basically do on an everyday basis. CIE Lisbon. Interesting part about CIE Lisbon. In 2007, it was the director from CIE Seville had done her PhD on Cavaco Silva, the years in the government. And together with the head of new programs in the US, she thought it was a great idea to open a center in Lisbon, because Lisbon was so great and Portugal was a great place to study. And CIE at the time liked to open centers in places where there were not other US providers. So Portugal was definitely a great place to open a new program. So they came, went to several universities, and Nova opened their doors because someone on the board had been at NYU for several years and said, let's grab this. This is actually very good. And since then, we've had a wonderful relationship with Universidade Nova, and we're based at Nova FCSH, and we have many years of experience. So that's when we started the Language and Portugal and Cultural program. So they can take CIE courses, so our courses that we create. CIE has an academic consortium board that represents around 300 US institutions, and all our classes need to be approved. The same way it works with our Conselho Científico at the universities, same way. So the classes need to be approved there so that we could teach them in all our centers. And they can also take direct enrollment courses. So if their Portuguese is good enough, they can take classes at Nova FCSH. And if they want to take business courses, they can take courses at Nova SBE and at ISCTE, those 2 schools that we work with that have classes in English. That's big. That's very important if we want to become more international. We definitely have to bet on having more courses in English in our local schools. Our students have mandatory Portuguese, so definitely something important. The program is called Language, so I think that makes sense. We have a summer program. We host high school program over the summer. I have been very keen on starting a language program over the summer for high school, because there's a lot of high schools now investing in the US in Portuguese, but it's not yet in 2023, maybe in the future. And we just added the Global Internship Summer Program. Last edition, Business and Culture Program, because that's where we have the idea that we see the growth of students in other countries. So one of the perks of being within CIE is that we see what's going on in other countries. Although with study abroad, when you think you found a way and a tendency and a trend, it's usually when it goes around and does something different. So that's never a dull moment in study abroad. So we will definitely try to see if that program will bring us more students, because I still believe that quantity comes with quality, or also the other way around, because more students also help us implement more things. There's more students for them to be close to each other. And I truly believe that if we have more, it'll be easier for everyone to make good quality programs. Just an idea from, I've been working for CIEE for 13 years. So I bring you a general idea of the students that we've been hosting. The majority of our students are semester students, although we have quite a large number of faculty-led programs also. So Portugal is definitely big on faculty-led. A program that we adore. I mean, we learn a lot about Portugal, first of all, when we need to create those programs. And also, it's a very good way to bring us students that would not be able to study abroad in other conditions. And those are short programs, faculty-led programs, short. They can be like 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, or even a semester, depends on what the school wants. And it can be like packed the whole day of activities, half a day. And it also gives us a little bit of nuance of something new and fresh, right, every time we host one. So I would say in terms of CIEE, we are the 4th country to host more faculty-led. So that's definitely the one good way to go if you want to invest in programs. Heritage students, we talked about those this morning too. So I see a tendency that the trend that we get less and less heritage students. At the beginning, when I started working, there would be 1/3 of our students would be heritage students. All sorts, a lot from the Azores, but from all over the country. Interesting group of students. Usually their connection to Portugal is what they hear from their grandparents. So they think Portugal and Lisbon is back in the 60s. They never want to do homestays because they don't want to live with a lady with a mustache in the back room. And then we have to break this down. You know, they get really, when I tell them I don't go to Fatima regularly, they go like, "Well, but that's why, how do you do that?" You know, so they have this idea of Portugal. And it's interesting to see how that changes, right? They get here and go like, "Whoa, but this is not what I was expecting." Portuguese-speaking students, so we have a lot of students. I would say 1/3 now of our students would be students that are either intermediate or advanced Portuguese students. We have very super advanced Portuguese students that come to schools that have very strong Portuguese programs. Important thing to say about Portuguese-speaking students coming from schools with those programs is that we need to be open to teach them, yes, Portuguese culture, but to be open about the language. Why? Because most of the Portuguese departments in US schools are led by Brazilians. I always tell students, there's 10 million of us, 240 million Brazilians. If I was American, I would learn Brazilian for sure, because there's 240 million, right? So we just need to be open to adapt. And for instance, when talk to our instructors, always tell never to correct, but to say that there are 2 ways that you can say the same thing, or the verbs or changes. But to be aware that we need to be open to host all the realities. Usually they freak out for about 2 weeks of their arrival, like, I'll never be able to manage this accent, and Lisbon accent is a tough one. But they manage very well and adapt very well to the language. The unicorn students, I like the name. Once an advisor from a school told me, your students are the unicorn student, because they're the ones that come every 100 student, comes into the office and says, I want to go where no one else is going. And they are ready for you to tell them where to go. Instead, because the reality of an advisor is they walk into your office and go, I want to go with Jimmy and John and to Barcelona. And there's not a lot of advising that you can do when the decision is made by the fraternity or the sorority. So that we are still hosting those students, the ones that come, like one from, we still have that reality. We have a lot of ones from different, all sorts of schools coming to us. And that is still, so a unicorn student is a student that is ready to embrace change and is ready to adapt a little bit, of course, within boundaries, but is more prepared for difference. We are seeing, I put there the post-pandemic student. We still don't really understand what the trend will be now, but what we are seeing, and I believe that's a good sign in terms of numbers, is that we are seeing the students that would go easily to other destinations in Europe coming to us. So we are seeing more groups of 5 friends, 7 friends from the same school that would, maybe in the past, would go to Amsterdam or would go to Prague, you know, and they're deciding to come here because Portugal is, people are talking about it, traveling more, and they say, oh, I want to do something different, well, let's all go together to Portugal instead of Amsterdam, maybe 5 years ago. So we have the tendency to see that the students are shifting and their expectations of the program tend to be a little bit different. So they want to travel a lot, they want to do their own thing, they want to be with their friends and not rely as much on our cultural activities, for instance. Our top senders keep changing. So in the 13 years I've been working, I've seen many top senders. As of now, I would say Duke, Penn, Tulane, Bates, and Penn State would be like the top senders. So the schools that send us, depending on the semester, like Tulane sends us a lot in fall because they can't miss Mardi Gras in spring semester. And so these are schools, they're top schools in that way. It's interesting to see the connection of all the schools. And that's another thing that we need to be very much aware, is that when you have a group of, for instance, this semester of 29 students, the realities, I do not see that we have that as much in Portugal, are very different, depending on where they come, either geographically, of course, but also the kind of school they go to. So a US student that studies at Penn State is a huge, I don't know, how many students Penn State, what, 100? Like really big, right? Like several thousands of students, so it's a very big school where no one knows you, so you're one student in the big school. And then you have Bates College that has like 3,000 students in a little campus on top of Maine, and they're always surrounded by snow, and they know each other by name at school. So that's the reality you have in front of you, is that the group of students, the expectations are very different. In Europe and in Portugal, I would say more similar. You can go to Universidade de Coimbra and Lisbon, but the change of how you identify with school, that's another thing in the US, is very big. You identify with the school you go to, so your behavior is very connected to the school you go to. That you have, like, I call it a beautiful melting pot in a classroom, but that leads with lots of issues that can come out of that us as staff need to deal with. But it also enriches, I think that where the US is now, this is beautiful, you know, because it makes them connect to each other, it makes them realize that there are people who live differently from them. So this is the reality we have, and I'm, like I told you, things that as a Portuguese, I found that I had to adapt more in order to work at a US American institution and also with US American schools and students. So just giving you a few ideas how we think we make it work. So staff. We talked about staffing. I would say staff is definitely one of the main areas to put your dollars or euros on, because it's really important to have enough staff, have trained staff, and to have people available for the students. So I'll just give you an idea. I'm the center director, so I oversee everything that goes on in the program. We have a lot of, as if you wouldn't work with US institutions, a lot of administrative work that I have to say that I'm abiding by, that we are taking care of. So I basically oversee it. I am also the person in charge of health, safety, and security. So one of the things that I do is that we have to report everything that happens to our students. We report to schools. So our clients are not the students. Our clients are the schools. So anything that happens to our students, we need to report. This is tricky for Portuguese. Like, what do you mean you report everything that happens to our students? It's like you go, but that's invading their privacy. You can't do that. They're adults. You can't share information. We take care. We don't use their names. Even do reports. We have very specific ways on how to report. We do not tell everyone. We only tell health, safety, and security officer of schools and the health, safety, and security team of CIE. But we need to report everything that happens to our students. May it be very serious, or it may be that their phone was stolen when they were traveling in Barcelona. Because for several reasons. One, schools need to report. So if you get funding, am I right, with the Clery Act, is that if you get funding, how do you call it? Federal government, you need to report crimes that happened on campus. And that's connected to what we have. So we report everything. And the other thing is that we can, since CIE is so big and has students in so many places, if we report everything, we know trends of things that are happening. One of the things we know, and then I use them in orientation, is that almost every time they lose phones, it's when they're traveling. So not when they're living in their countries, but when they travel for the weekend. So I can tell them, keep in mind of your phone, where you have your phone, when you travel. Small details like this that you can get. Scooters. Don't get me started with scooters. That's where we have like all the incidents after 4 a.m. A lot of them are related to scooters. So I use that. I've been told that because I told them that they couldn't, that they use them anyways. But at least I have told them that they shouldn't use scooters. So that's part of what I do. Joanna is one of our professors, and she started as a professor, and then she was hired to become the academic director. She leads everything that has to do with classes, so trains all the faculty that gets hired, helps develop all the syllabi of the classes we have, works very closely with students on advising for which classes to take, also works with schools to see because then that's the other thing. Every school has a different rule of credits or which classes they need to take. Every school. So you do not even want to start knowing how schools go. So that's one of the things. She makes sure that the students ask their schools of which classes they need to take, the credits, all that, and also works closely with the schools where they can take direct enrollment classes. And advises them a lot. So even, for instance, has constant meetings with the students and even hosts seminars throughout the semester on how to adapt to direct enrollment classes, for instance, or any questions they may have of how the system can be different from the US and Portugal.
We do have a coffee break after this, but I just want to be mindful of time. So
okay.
Right now it's 4:10.
Okay, no problem. So and then Sara takes care of internships. That's a new program that takes a lot of time, and she takes care of our faculty-led programs. Last but not least, I have Joanna. She's the student life coordinator. So Joanna takes care of all the housing. And like we mentioned, we make sure we have homestays and we have dorms. We make sure that all the homestays have a fire detector, a blanket, that they can lock the room from the inside, things that are expected from American schools to be in place. And all the student life activities that they have throughout the semester. So, give you just a few ideas of orientation. So this is the first slide of orientation. We try to it's really impossible to talk about everything that happened over the semester to them. But we try on the first week, just to give you an idea of the sessions we have. We have practicalities, health, safety, 2 sessions that we split all the things we have to tell them about. And it can be like insurance, very important part to talk about is the insurance. And also one academics and one on diversity and inclusion. For instance, we talk about minorities in Portugal. We talk about, give them ideas on what to do, who to reach out to if there are any issues. And we also talk about the code of conduct that our students need to sign before they come. And then we host individual meetings. And the intensive program starts on the first week. That's the language course. Duty of care, we talked about that, that is present. I don't think, sometimes I talk about this, about how we say that the European students are adults, the American students are not as adults. I think duty of care, honestly, from my perspective, should be applied to anyone. I think everyone deserves duty of care and deserve some support from the schools they're at. Yet be more in detail or less in detail, it should be there. So I think every student needs to be told that if they need support, that the support is there. So a few ideas. We host a lot of individuals meetings with students, and in individual meetings we talk about academics, we talk about diversity, for instance, with minority students. That's a very important meeting to have. And we also talk about housing and how they're doing, and healthcare, definitely. Program activities, where we meet them regularly. We host mid-semester check-ins. That's important. That's when we can tackle a few issues that may arise throughout the semester. We have an open door policy. We have an emergency phone 24/7 that they can call. I must say that one of the perks of being in Lisbon, it doesn't ring that much. So that's very good. And health and safety and housing that we manage. So liability, definitely important. Very big adaptation moment for me as a Portuguese. How you always need to have that in mind. How everything you do, that's like a change. For me, it was a game change. Because I had to, instead of doing as we always usually do in Portugal, that we do things and then we use the verb desenrascar, right? So, well, yeah, it'll be fine, and then we can come up with, you change that. So you need to go one step back and go like, what can go wrong if I plan this, right? Plan a trip on a boat to Setúbal to see the dolphins, right? Maybe in the past, I go, oh, let's go. You know, find a company that is cheap and we'll go and see the dolphins, beautiful, they'll be super happy. Now it's like, will it rain? What happens if we're inside the boat and it starts raining? Is it a company that has all the safety procedures in place? Is it an activity? How do we get to Setúbal? Do we take the public transportation? Do we hire a bus? Which company should we hire? Does it have all the safety procedures in place? You know, it's change. It's a completely different way of changing how we do things. Because if anything happens, if they'll ask you, did you check if the boat had, for instance, boat goes overboard, and then did you check if they had all safety procedures in hand? Yes. There you go. You're clear. You took care of it. You need to change the way. Desenrascar can be applied in the end because it's always helpful, but you can't rely on that. You need everything we do, it needs to be planned out and following a procedure. Everything. Just bring you a basic thing of Lisbon challenges from our experience. Academic calendars. Definitely, those are not helpful to host more US American students. Having exams in January and having exams throughout the whole month of June, that does not work. We can even say, oh, we can accommodate. No, students will not come. They do June, they do internships. And they need those. They need those. And in January, they're back to school. So they can't stay here. They won't stay here. We don't want them to stay here in January to do their exams. throughout the whole month. We don't even have dates many times. It's like you'll get a date when you get there. I mean, Americans don't know what that is. I no longer know what that is. You know, I'm planning now for spring 24. You know, you need plan ahead. So definitely academic calendars, something needs to be taken care of if you want to host more international students. Visa, that's my #1 problem. What happens? Talking as a provider of a big institution, what happens? The advisor that has Lisbon also may have Berlin or other centers. If Portugal is really hard for a visa, what do? Oh, are you sure you want to go to Portugal? Go to Berlin, it's much easier. That's what happens. People will not recommend Portugal if you have visa issues, and it's really hard to get a visa. I always tell them, I have meetings all the time about this. I always tell schools and advisors, I have never had a student get denied a visa. That's really good. That's really wonderful. But it takes forever. So they, you know, for students or parents who are the ones who take care of the visas, if it takes longer, if there's like 3 weeks that they haven't heard anything, they'll go somewhere else. I mean, Portugal is gorgeous, but not enough for that. And then the expectations that we've talked about a lot here. Just last slide. Lisbon added value. Lisbon safety, definitely value #1. Easy access to Europe. Size of the city, we need to take in mind, because everyone that knows, meets the students goes like, oh, where are you from? If they say New York or California or Chicago, they'll be safe. Everyone will be like, ah, great. If they say Minnesota, people look like I have no idea where that is. But you have all sorts of students coming from completely different backgrounds. So Lisbon can be huge or Lisbon can be really small for all of them. So but it's still perfect to host students. No US American student stereotype. I think that's connected also to Lisbon safety. There are a lot of countries in Europe now that there's a strong US, not necessarily good stereotype around students, like binge drinking, spending lots of money to go out, traveling like crazy, things that we do not have yet. So the students are not catered. So there are no companies that work specifically for them. I know of colleagues in other centers that do their orientation, and they have like those companies behind them trying to trick their students into the wild parties they're hosting somewhere. Our students are regular Erasmus students that are not expected to spend more than 50 cents in a sangria. So but that helps because it makes them be part of the system, and there's no catered for lots of doses of sangria. 50 cents, can't be much alcohol in that sangria, right? So that works on our behalf. Weather and still the willingness of welcoming our students in general. And yes, I just bring you a few advice from past students that I show them. It's definitely worth it working with US American students. We learn a lot. They are capable of many things, and Americans have one thing that I find makes it invaluable to work with: a capacity to be thankful and to thank people in a way that by no means we can do that. And that makes totally our days of working with them. To get a thank you note in the end, or that's unbeatable for Americans. Obrigada.
Obrigada. Well, we had a lot of information there. Burning questions from the audience. Yes, we have someone in the back in the red. We have yes.
Hi.
Working?
Okay, it's working, yeah. So my name is Sara. I work at the Rectorate of Nova University of Lisbon, so a huge delegation here today since the morning. I am working as a project manager, mainly for Erasmus now, so I'm not working on the student service or facing students. at the moment, but I have been, and mainly when I work next door with Louisa also, and we were talking about this over lunch, which is, and you have this experience, Louisa, I guess, that inside the university, when you need to settle or to articulate and to make it flexible, the calendars, the courses, is it in Portuguese, is the English one going to open? Oh, we don't know, but we might have in a research center a course that until November, we don't know if it will open or host students or not. So, and sometimes people are not on board with these challenges. And many times they do it out of spite, like why are US students or American students, why do they deserve a better treatment than ours? Our service is understaffed. We can take any more tasks here, so why should US students do this? Our idea, and this is something that is also a need for us at the rectorate level, although we do not directly deal with students, would be to articulate somehow a commitment training program for the staff members who are interested in dealing specifically with US students. And I guess FLAD, the CIE, and Fulbright, for instance, would be great on this, and this would somehow awaken a commitment spirit from that specific champion inside an international office or a student services office, who is a champion with all the information he can bear with regard to US students or researchers or faculty. And somehow you could have ambassadors who would, even if they wouldn't be available to be working with you on a daily basis, they would be able to delegate within their team. So this would be a solution on our side to deal with short-staffed teams, and with the needs and with the increasing needs of, in this case, American students. But this would also be a great chance for us to renew or restructure the way we think about international development.
Okay, thank you. Just for the sake of time, I know I saw two other hands here, so I'm actually going to receive the two other questions, and then y'all can tackle them as a team. Teamwork makes the dream work. I'm just going to ask that if you can to get to the questions so that the panelists can answer them. There was here first. There was a question on your behalf.
Alexandra Assis Rosa, University of Lisbon School of Arts and Humanities. And my question is, you have been addressing lots of issues, but there's one thing that is on my mind, which has to do with negotiating student expectations and helping US students navigate European university culture. Because you have addressed lots of issues, but I do believe that European universities aim to be challenging spaces. Students are invited to experience difference, and they come here to learn how to deal with that and to deal with challenges, to challenge their own presuppositions. And you, Michael, I believe you said in the morning that US students are very needy and demanding. Demanding because they are needy. And in our case, we just want to empower our students. And it's a whole different culture, I think. When you are in class, you have to expect to be challenged. And I think we need to address this so as to be able to complete this holistic view of what it means to prepare for internationalization.
Wonderful.
I don't know if you agree.
I'll do my best to summarize these right after.
Hello, I'm Amélia Polónia from the Board of Directors of FCT. So FCT is not directly involved with higher education. We just finance internships, fellowships, research projects, and so forth with great partners like Fulbright, like FLAD, like American partnerships. But we do care about the well-being and the success of our students and the American students that come as well with fellowships. So 2 points for me. First, I would second my colleague here on the idea that studying abroad is clearly also a way of enriching experiences, and it's adapting. It's adapting also and absorb and be able to deal with new models. So what I would ask our colleagues is that, do you insist also in preparation of your students when they come abroad, whatever it is, for Asia, for Portugal, for South America, which are totally different cultural challenges and university systems and so forth, which are their expectations and would your students really be able to be open to really adapt to those other models? And second question, if there is time to answer that, you certainly also, your departments and as a university member, you certainly deal also with the expectations of the incoming students from all over the world. How does it happen? Because they are also culturally so different. And how do they deal with the American university model? I think there is lots of issues around those questions, but please just pick up one or two. Thank you.
Great. All right. So in basically less than 5 minutes, the first question was more logistically about academic calendars. There's obviously a very big difference, as Luisa mentioned, and Victoria as well. U.S. calendars, Portuguese calendars. What is a strategy? What is your opinion on a strategy to address that? Is there a solution for that? And then the second piece, which is also a question I have, is do we completely meet U.S. students where they're at, or do we provide them with the tools to meet the European partners or Portuguese partners where we're at? Is there a common point in the middle? And if so, what does that look like? I think that's kind of how I summarize these questions. Does anyone want to tackle one of those?
I think you paraphrased that incredibly well.
Yes, it's amazing, the power of summary.
I'm impressed.
Yes. She's American, she learned this in
Brilliant.
the US.
Let me just speak really briefly from the Nova SB perspective. We try to meet in the middle to the point where they're going to come. You know, Louisa was saying, if you don't provide certain conditions, they just won't turn up. So that's where we need to work on being more flexible. And we do need to focus on student success. You know, we can't be focused on, just getting numbers through the door. We need happy, successful students that are passing their courses. So it's important to help them choose the courses where they're going to be the right fit. But once they're inside of those courses, they need to perform to a standard that is expected by the instructor. They need to perform to a standard that is expected by their colleagues. And of course, they have to meet a GPA. And so they're certainly challenged in the middle. There's no lack of challenge. And actually, I mean, just as you paraphrase so beautifully, American students tend to have like an incredible capacity for communication. And that's a skill that, you know, it's not all about they've got to adapt and they suffer when they come to us. They dance circles around the European and the Australian and the South American students when it comes to communication. So it's not just meeting in the middle. Our students have to step up to meet the American students in lots of different elements as well. So yes, I think we meet in the middle, but it's not just the American that has to come forward to meet in the middle. Ours also have to.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else want to comment?
I think it's very important. One of the things that I learned is that what a grade means for a U.S. student. Because we're used to, at least I am, when I studied, you could have like one grade that wasn't as high, and that would be like maybe super challenge course that I took, and it wasn't that bad. But for many of our students, one grade, one F on their transcripts may remove any chance they have of having a future job or having a future in an MA or in any program. So the weight of a grade has no comparison with the grade that the weight it has for Portuguese or European students, I would say. And then I don't think that the classes are less challenging. I think they need, and we do host several sessions to make them adapt and try to explain the different model of how classes are run. But I believe that there is no perfect model. I think both would be wonderful if they could melt and work, because I don't see that teaching a class with only talking for 2 hours for the whole semester with no questions, and which is a model, I'm sorry to say, but in many schools, I don't think that that's a 21st century class that Portuguese students want to take. So I think that the way to go is a mix. And it will always be challenging, but I think that they're up for challenges. In that way, I mean, a student that goes all the way from the US here is up for a challenge. I mean, you need to give them basics, and that's what you need, a team that can help them get there. And say, well, you'll have more, you know, less teamwork, less things, depending on schools. Business school works a lot of groups. But I don't think that we're keeping them from challenge or catering everything. I don't think we're catering everything that we do. We do give a lot of support, but I don't think it's everything catered out for. Yeah, I don't know if you agree.
I think it also depends, right? So one of the things I think is important to figure out which models exist, which you want to support, and what students can be successful at depending on what they're doing. If they're coming here for a full degree, yeah, they need to figure out exactly how the system works and they have to fit into it.
Yeah.
If they're coming in for 2 weeks, not so much. A semester, also a question mark.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's an important thing when you see what you're going to bring in and what your expectations are. And then if you do expect something different than what they experienced at home, it needs to be clearly defined before they leave the US so that it's not a surprise. And then once they get here, it needs to be redefined as what they're going to need to do to be successful. And if it doesn't fit their model, specific additional supports are in place to help them be successful and not wait till the last week before the end of the semester to realize they've just been traveling every weekend and didn't do anything, and suddenly they'll fail.
Great. Well, I'm going to close it there because we have to. Michael, you're moderating the next panel, I believe. So do you want to give us, because technically we're supposed to have a coffee break half an hour ago. So what time do you want everyone to come back here? At 4,
Sure.
so 4:45 back in
We're
this
okay.
room?
We're 3 minutes behind.
Oh, Paula
It's
has
not too
something to
bad.
say. All right, so 4:45, coffee break. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to these panelists here. Second panel, thank you.
So what did you do in professional sports?
I was for 3
Often there's discussion sections, even potentially
Okay.
with graduate students. That may be some way to kind of moderate
Let me
it.
sit here. Okay. All right. So let me use this. All right. I guess we're get started. And we got Gary first, and then Anna Christina, and then Scott. I'm happy to. Yeah.
All right. Well, then I guess you would be there, and then we'll.
All right. So let me
And
switch this. Yeah.
well, I mean, no, Steve,
Yeah.
we don't have anyone online. Steven's the second.
Yeah. It's okay. I think.
Steven's going to be looking at us.
All right. Is this on? Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Tá funcionando? All right. I think we're going to get started. Is this on? Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah? I'll assume so. Okay. All right. We're going to get started with the third panel and the final panel for today. We have today. This panel is really one of the goals of this conference, beyond discussing internationalization and differences between U.S. and Erasmus type students. One of the major projects of which this forum is a part is something you've been hearing a little bit about, and I think you're going to hear more about it now on this panel. Is this project that FLAD, the Fulbright, and the Agência Nacional Erasmus Mais have been working on, which is this USA Portugal campus project. And it's really this effort to kind of build a community of like-minded people who are all kind of rowing in the same direction, and really, developing sort of shared best practices. Who knows, maybe eventually a national association focused on internationalization. We see them in many European countries, but we don't really have one in Portugal. So, who knows exactly what will become of this project, but we hope this is just the start. And so that was sort of the idea behind this third panel was, how can we learn about building intentional communities? And, this is also going to, another different aspect of this panel is that one of our participants could not join us physically here in Lisbon, so Stephen Robinson will be joining us via Zoom. We're going to start, however, with Gary Rhodes, whom you've already heard from in the last panel. And Gary has a lot of experience on building collaborative networks in the state of California. And when I heard what he had done in California, I said, you need to come and speak to us about how you did this and what lessons we might be able to learn from him. So thank you, Gary.
Thanks. I'm glad to be able to speak about non-liability, non-risk management, non-crisis management stuff. Actually, coming from California and having spent, I think it's my third or fourth time in Portugal, one of the things that I like to say is, it feels like I'm in California while I'm here. So it actually, what do we like to do? We like to go to the beaches. We like to go to wine regions. We like cities that are culturally interesting. It's like just California in Europe. So I think one of the things that's important is to realize that this is a perfect location for California students. From a sad perspective, one of the good things is that lots of people speak English. But the problem we have in the US is that too many students don't speak a second language. So it makes it available for more US study abroad students. So what I'm talking about now is what are some ways that we're doing some stuff that is collaborative in California, maybe some ideas about how California higher ed works. And then I'd be interested in hearing from some of you about your trip to California and what your impressions were. So a couple quotes for transitioning in a challenging time. May your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears, from Nelson Mandela. And the trouble with our times is that the future is not what it used to be. Coming out of COVID understanding where we're going is a little bit gray right now. So again, I already introduced myself, so I don't need to do that again. California higher education. So there was a master plan developed many years ago. You heard about New York. In New York, all the public higher ed systems are in one subgroup with a head at the top of all public. In California, there's 3 different systems of higher ed, each with their own administrative structure. So there's the University of California system, like UC Berkeley and UCLA. And their headquarters is in Oakland, near Berkeley. 10 campuses, almost 300,000 students. They do the med school, they do the law school, they do PhDs. Then you have 23 California State University campuses. So there's 23 of those, almost 500,000 students. And they support primarily bachelor's and master's degrees programs. They have some professional doctoral programs, what we would call EDD, and some professional doctoral programs in other academic areas, but we don't offer PhDs, although some of them have done collaborative PhDs with UCs or private universities. Then we have the community college system, and it's both a 2-year and a training for a trade. So some students might go and learn for a while and become an auto mechanic or airplane mechanic. Others may do 2 years and get an Associates of Arts or Associates of Science degrees that they use to transfer to a 4-year university. And if you want to go to Stanford University or UCLA, it's easier to get in after getting a community college degree than it is going straight out of high school. And in high school, let's say you were a total disaster. Things didn't go well, family problems, too much COVID. You go to a community college, you do really well, you can get into the best 4-year universities as a bachelor's degree. And if they've connected well, which they're supposed to have done, in 2 years you can finish your bachelor's degree after 2 years of community college. Although a lot of students may take more than 2 years, a lot of the students may be first-generation college students, family responsibilities, work responsibilities. There was a discussion earlier about non-traditional students. A lot come out of community colleges. So there's 116 of those with about 2 million students just in California. Then private nonprofits like Stanford, USC, Claremont colleges, then some smaller ones. And there's an association that represents those. And so they have somewhere around 370-something thousand students. And then you have private for-profits. You're probably not going to want to deal with those so much, but it's another subsector. And some of them are more traditional higher education institutions. Some may be training somebody to clean teeth or something like that. So it just depends. But so just in California, there's over 280 institutions and over 3 million students. So if you're looking at the biggest higher ed sector in the US as a state, it would be California. We're also the 5th biggest economy in the world. So we're not ready to separate as a country, but you can look at us as a region. So the question comes up, so how do you connect with a California institution? Maybe I'll ask the crowd. Any of you that just visited California the first time, did any of you figure out a way to connect with a California institution after travel? Anybody? I guess I got the mic. Do you have the porta mic? Is it back there? Does it work? Yeah. I hate to be interactive, but come on, somebody that traveled to California. Anybody make a connection there? Anybody travel to California on that group? You're looking like you did.
Yeah, I did.
What did you find?
Nice place, actually. Similar to Portugal, actually. Yes, same bridge. But I'm not sure yet how to address the California universities, because as I've heard a while ago by you, actually, all the problems that you have, and I figured out what I'm doing here, because it's very difficult for me in my college to have answers to all these questions. So I'm quite in
I made you nervous.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Actually.
But you went to California before I made you nervous.
Yeah.
Hi, I went to California, and we are trying to build up a project. Just it's still being built up. but we were able to get the connection with a big university in California, and our main goal was exactly what we have in common: climate changes, weather, fire, and so on. So I'm from a business school, Isaac. So we thought about a win-win situation where we would build up a summer school program connected to research, and we would invite a teacher and some students to exchange at the master level research. In our case, we will be able to economics, circular economy, but also engineering and so on. So connected to the fire problem that we have.
Great, yeah. So common issues, common problem, earthquake, fire. Although it's tragic, I mean, one of the things that was discussed is having institutions collaborate on big issues. And in terms of your issue about how do I work with all this stuff? So again, it may be that you work with one of the providers. So they take care of all the headaches. Okay, there you go. So there are ways where you don't have to go overboard, but still can try to work on what the outcomes are that you're working towards. So the way they operate is actually different. So you have, with the University of California, there's a system-wide office. So whereas the high-level system-wide office is in Oakland, the study abroad system-wide office is where I went to undergraduate, University of California, Santa Barbara. So it's right on the edge of that campus. And so they deal with system as a whole. They actually look kind of like a provider for the whole University of California system. However, every single UC campus, that's 10 of them, one's more medical, so UC San Francisco is less undergraduate, but the other ones all do their own programs as well. So that's 11 opportunities in UC. In the Cal State system, the headquarters is in Long Beach, the same building as the system-wide office. And actually, there's new opportunities there. As I'll show you, one of the colleagues that I have is actually, that's led the office, is leaving, but it was always we'll bring in international students for a semester or a year, but we'll only send students out for a year. Well, in COVID, they transitioned to now offering outbound semester opportunities. So I think their programs are going to grow. Then each of the 23 Cal State University campuses has its own program separate from the system. Community colleges, 116, they don't send so many in study abroad, but also there's opportunities there as well. And each private university operates more or less independently. And there are some systems within the privates, like there's an association of Jesuit colleges and universities. So I was talking to somebody about Georgetown, but I worked for a while at Loyola Marymount universities. So there's a number of Jesuit universities across the US, and they sometimes share programs. So if you develop an agreement with one Jesuit university, that could help you welcome students from all the Jesuit universities. There's also, so how do you connect in with these people? So you've been to the NAFSA National Conference. It's very good. You can have meetings, but it's also large. So there's also regional conferences, right? So NAFSA is split up into regions. It goes up till region 12, but there's only 11 regions. That's a discussion for another day. But so region 12 includes California, Nevada, and Hawaii. So you may want to go for a smaller group to the regional conference. There aren't that many international institutions there, but it provides an opportunity for one-on-one meetings at one place with people from California. And if the conference is in Hawaii, that's even nicer. So, so NAFSA region is another option. And the one that I was talking to Michael about was we've actually, for about 15, 20 years now, we do an annual meeting of directors of study abroad across the state of California. And we call that the California Study Abroad Town Hall Meeting. It's been a little more online for the last 2 years because of COVID, but we returned to a hybrid in-person and online this year. And next year, it'll probably be the same, where we hope many or most of the people are in person, but also online will be available. And so there's also a website, calabroad.org. But so it brings directors from many universities across California, and all the systems are represented. So you hear an update from each of the systems, even somebody that represents a nonprofit that supports collaboration in the community colleges, and then a focus on different special issues. And on that website, you can see a brief about the system-wide from the UC system. So the head of that system is always going to be one of the presenters. Background on the California State University system, and this is the guy that's been a great collaborator, and I'm sad to see him retire, but he wants to, and he wouldn't listen to me when I said he couldn't, so he doesn't report to me, so I can't really do anything. But so whoever will replace him will be there again in spring. We do it in end of April, early May each year. So they each do a presentation on what's going on in those systems, provide some introduction to some of the individual campuses. This is an organization, California Colleges for International Education. Again, nobody at the community college system-wide office does anything really related to international, but this non-government organization does. And so the person leading that also presents. And then there's an association representing all the most of the private colleges and universities in California. So somebody presents representing that organization. And currently it's the person who's head of study abroad at a place I used to be, Loyola Marymount University, which is the Jesuit we were talking about. And then we also, one of the things that we've changed over the last few years is we've actually had somebody representing the study abroad provider, or they like to call themselves international education organizations. So there's really not an organization that represents all of them. A lot of them are members of NAFSA or the Forum. But in California, we've tried to get some leaders to try to represent the thoughts and ideas of those organizations. We also get somebody from NAFSA Region 12 to do an update. And like I said, we'll get somebody from one of the providers to do kind of a system-wide perspective, kind of thinking about what are the international ed organizations or groups doing. So we always have study abroad fairs in California at the individual campuses. Has anybody ever been to a study abroad fair at a university in California? Okay, so it's challenging because you actually have to go in person to the different campuses. There's some that have been virtual. I'm not sure if those will continue, but it's another way to impact individual institutions to try to both work with individual institutions from a system-wide level or trying to get individual students from various campuses. But again, it's something where most of the providers will be represented. So even if you're not there, if you've got an agreement with them, they can help recruit for you at those fairs. And so the international education organizations, like the previous presenter from CIE, can bring, instead of 20 students from one university having to go, they can get one student from 20 different institutions. Suddenly you've got a decent group, but it's brought together through that provider. So yeah, just background about these international education associations. If you haven't worked with them, it's something to consider. It may or may not be worthwhile for you, but it may be something that can help you both in the recruiting side and then administration side in terms of dealing with all the stuff that I was presenting earlier. We also have other organizations. One's called Diversity Abroad. One of the clear elements that we've been fighting with in the US is trying to increase ethnic diversity in particular in terms of students who participate in study abroad. And one of the organizations that really does a great job in representing various aspects of diversity is called Diversity Abroad. I just presented at their conference a few weeks ago. And so we'll have somebody from there. So at our town hall, there's a lot of opportunity to meet with different people, talk to them, and even, you know, maybe Michael can present, or one of you at some point, and talk about what's going on in Portugal and why Portugal should be a California study abroad destination. So again, it's not necessarily simple to connect with a university in California. Part of it is thinking about what connections do you already have. Maybe your president or provost or somebody in your high-level organization studied at an institution in California, or maybe they know somebody there. So sometimes you have a study abroad office that's over here, but if Professor X or Administrator Y says we want an association with, suddenly they have to do some work. Faculty, again, has faculty studied somewhere? Do they have colleagues? In other words, instead of going directly to the study abroad office, go to the people you know at that institution. And they can help get the discussion going about adding that. Staff, same thing. Have any of your staff had experiences, you know, with some other staff on that campus, and start getting that dialogue going? And thinking not just about your Portuguese partners, but what about through Erasmus, you have partners in other parts of Europe? What connections do they have with institutions in California? And maybe you can connect in to a university or community college or a private university in California through partners and their partners, right? So in other words, it's because a lot of it ends up coming down to personal connections or working with a study abroad provider. You know, can you connect with a conference at a conference? Always good. Can you connect with them online? It's possible. And again, what about using a provider? So again, the quotes are the same, but I'd like to say that challenging times actually provide opportunities. So we've gone through a period of mass disappearance of study abroad. Now there's going to be a period of growth. So now that there's a period of growth, getting more information out about the opportunities in Portugal, in particular, being from a state that's got a lot of similarities to the country of Portugal, why wouldn't we be sending more students there? Again, may your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears. And the trouble with our times is that the future is not what it used to be. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Gary. All right, so now we're going to switch to the online component. We have, hopefully, Stephen Robinson with us. And they're getting ready to pull up Stephen. I'll just tell you a bit of background. He's the director of Champlain College's campus in Dublin, Ireland. And he's the chair of a relatively new association of American study abroad providers who work and operate in Europe. And it's known as the EUASA. The title of his presentation is Why Developing Networks is Essential for On-Site Study Abroad Professionals. And there's Stephen, I can see him. Stephen, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Excellent, excellent. Your pick of the room is frozen for me, but I can see a chair on the panel there that I was supposed to be occupying, but couldn't make it to Lisbon. I'm sorry, but I'm thrilled to be here, able to present to you virtually. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I assume that's going to come up on the big screen right behind you. But someone needs to allow me to share my screen, please. It says disabled.
Well, one second. They're working on it.
Here we go. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. So thank you. Yeah, I'm here in Dublin, Ireland, wishing I could be in Lisbon, but I just got back from Milan, Italy for the Forum on Education Abroad conference, their European and Middle East and Africa conference. But I'm here to talk to you today pretty much from a perspective of on-the-ground operations and programs that work in Europe. So I live in Ireland. I run a campus here in Ireland for a US university. And my personal network and the network that I have sought out is other people who do my job in Europe. Initially, that network was Irish. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner, there's an organization called the Association of Study Abroad Providers in Ireland. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that today, but then I'm going to expand over to the European Association of Study Abroad, which broadens this conversation to include all those who run programs on the ground in Europe, in the major European countries. And we're hoping that Portugal can develop their own network of people who do study abroad and then join UASA, our organization. So let me just switch slides here. A little bit about myself. So I have been directing the study abroad campus here in Ireland for the past 15 years. My college brings about 50 students per semester to Dublin. So I have nothing to do with the recruiting on the US side, but I consider my role as running a mini university abroad, and that includes with staff, of course, but that includes, you know, everything academic, everything legal, corporate, student life, health and safety, logistics, property management, all of these things that go into running a mini campus in a foreign country, thousands of miles away from your bosses and your supervisors. So it's kind of an amazingly independent existence doing this, but it's also a heck of a lonely existence if your main professional interactions are remote back to the US home institution. So my bosses are in Burlington, Vermont, and I speak to them a lot, but in many cases, I'm left here in Ireland to do many of the things that are needed to run this campus. When I arrived 15 years ago, I had no clue. Okay, absolutely no clue of how to do this. And with a great staff and great support from our US institution, we started pulling it all together. We hired faculty, we got a building, we got a residence, and we started thinking about the Irish situation is different for things like health and safety and logistics and student life in Ireland compared to the United States. So that all took a while to put into place. But one of the things that really started to get my attention was that Europeans, even though they are the ones who are, in our case, making the study abroad magic happen on the ground, they were never part of the conversation around study abroad in this sector. Those conversations were going on in the United States. Okay, and then there was a whole bunch of conversations going on in the United States, and then in the United States, people in Europe were contacted and supervised by their institution only. So what was not happening was people on the ground in Europe talking together, sharing information, you know, there's no need for 20 programs in Ireland to get the same legal advice and pay for it when we could pay for it once and share the information. I've always said there's no competition on site in study abroad. The competition for students should be in the United States where the recruiting takes place. On the ground in Europe, we should be collaborating together to make all of our programs better. So I have sort of made it my mission to network a lot with people who have a similar role as I have. That's running a program, hosting US students in a European host country. Now, we estimate there are approximately 500 such programs across Europe. So through the two associations that I'm going to talk about, we have started, well, for the past 10 years or so, reaching out to those organizations that are running programs and bringing them into the fold so that we can start talking together with a unified voice. There's many times I feel that the American side needs to hear our perspective because it's quite different. There may be legal challenges here that they wouldn't think of in the United States. So we have to be collaborating and prepared for doing all of that. So in about 2012, this is where our Irish Association started. In about 2012, the Irish government announced a new set of immigration rules. And those immigration rules stated that in order to obtain a student visa, that student must be attending an Irish accredited university. Well, that got the attention of myself because I run a study abroad program and we're not accredited in Ireland, we're accredited in the United States. And we were sort of operating underneath the radar. We were not part of the Irish educational system. We needed to do something about this. So I started picking up the phone and calling people that I found that were doing the same job as myself. And I found a few key allies, people from IES, people from Notre Dame operating in Ireland, Boston College. And we got together and we lobbied the Irish Immigration Office to grant us an exemption from this rule. And eventually we were successful. We now have an exemption from the need to be an Irish accredited institution. And so with that sort of quite strong victory, we set about thinking, well, what else can we do as a group? So we formed officially this organization called the SAPI, the Association of Study Abroad Providers in Ireland. And we reached out to all the different programs that are operating here to share information, best practice, development ideas to support the established and evolving study abroad community in Ireland. We currently have about 25 institutional members, primarily US institutions, but also third-party providers, and some Irish institutions that host US students as well. We also have individual members, people who would be consultants, we have housing providers who are part of the Irish study abroad community. We also work with the US Embassy, so they are, or we are their go-to body if they are looking for something to do with US students in Ireland. We also run a whole series of workshops, training. We recently did workshops on carbon literacy and climate action. We've done them on mental health. We've done them on Title IX, which is really, really important because a lot of American institutions assume that Title IX, which is the gender bias and sexual harassment and sexual crime law that the US has. And a lot of institutions will assume that Title IX applies abroad. It does not. It does not enjoy extraterritoriality. It's a US law, and we cannot necessarily apply it in Europe. We can certainly try and apply the principles of it, but many things that are in Title IX cannot be done here for privacy reasons, mainly. We've done workshops on GDPR, for example. One of the big things we did was, in order to lobby the Irish government, because we were flying under the radar, we weren't necessarily putting our students in the Irish institutions, we did an economic impact study back in 2018, whereby we found all the information about the contributions that US study abroad makes to the Irish economy. And the conclusion was that our sector has an annual 220 million euro impact in Ireland. That's huge. And nobody realized it was there because we don't necessarily have links with the Irish educational institutions. But we also, as a group, we provide liaison with the Irish Immigration Bureau. So if one of our programs has an immigration issue for one of our students, our association has a direct line to the Immigration Bureau, and we can help smooth some of those pathways. We work with Education in Ireland, which is the official Irish organization that is responsible for recruiting international students to come to Ireland. We also work with the Ministry of Higher Education here. We do things like job postings, and we provide this community for study abroad professionals in Ireland to feel that they're not the only one doing this. We have social events, we know each other, we share faculty information. If I'm looking for a faculty member to teach a course in graphic design, I know who I can ask within this Irish community. It's been really amazing to be part of it. I was the co-founder. I am no longer in charge of it, but I am certainly still a board member of ISAPI, because then what I started realizing and going to a lot of these European study abroad conferences, primarily the Forum's European conference, was, gosh, there's an expanded conversation that needs to be had, not just keeping ourselves within Ireland, which is a relatively small study abroad community, although we have the 6th highest number of US students studying abroad of any country in the world. There's lots going on across Europe that we can share information across Europe as well. So there was a conference in Barcelona in 2014 where the heads of all the individual European associations, and there's about 10 of them, the countries that would have well-established study abroad sectors, we all got together for lunch and started talking about items of common interest. And we then established in 2016 as a formal organization. So we are, EUASA, the European Association of Study Abroad, is an umbrella organization that brings together and represents the various national organizations around Europe. For example, LAPUNE in Spain, ACUPI in Italy, ISAPI in Ireland, and there's other ones in Greece and France and the UK. So we get together as a larger group, and we're sharing best practices and networking on a Europe-wide level. And our aim is to be the voice of the US study abroad in Europe, the common voice of what's going on in Europe that needs to be heard across in the United States, where sometimes the messages coming from the United States side don't work in a European context. So we provide that European context to the US sending institutions. So we share information on topics that benefit all of us, things such as immigration. Now, each country has its own immigration rules, but certainly within Schengen, there are rules that are harmonized, and you can share those bits of information. Legal issues on a European basis, such as HR, corporate governance, local laws, we get together and we talk about these things, especially things like GDPR and Title IX, which are, the Title IX is coming from the US, and then GDPR is something that we have to inform our US counterparts about so that we're not breaking GDPR regulations. So we provide expertise on that. We actually have a lawyer who works with us on a lot of these issues. We talk a lot about housing. It's becoming a crisis in many countries. It's a crisis here in Ireland for student housing. We talk about best practices and things like that in homestay programs. We spent a lot of time talking about COVID. I think everyone did. COVID, when we were reopening especially, we were comparing notes on how to reopen safely and what were the best practices surrounding that. So we represent the on-site perspective to our US colleagues. And also we are working on lobbying the European Commission, mainly around visa issues for our Schengen friends, so that maybe they can be harmonized. What if a student wants to spend a semester in Portugal and then go for a semester in France? That can be quite tricky owing to the time spent in the Schengen areas. So we're looking for the European Commission to have US study abroad on its radar. We also do various workshops, trainings, conferences. We have an upcoming conference that is going to be held in November of 2023 in Strasbourg, France, and it is for people who run programs on site. So it's the voice of the on-site community, and that's a joint program between UASA and the Forum. So that's if Portugal ends up developing a large or a good number of people to get into a network, then they would be absolutely welcome to join us in UASA. And there's no reason why you couldn't join us in UASA, even as individuals running programs in Portugal. I'm just going to spend a couple minutes on another network that is near and dear to my heart. My training is in the sort of environmental geosciences and climate science. So a lot of the stuff I do with the other networks is more about logistics of how to run a program on site. I know that Dr. Scott Blair is sitting there. I just spent the week with him in Milan. He's going to talk more about CANI, the Climate Action Network for International Educators. But there are some of these niche networks out there that can satisfy certain academic needs that you may have. So I just wanted to put this up here. I know Scott is going to talk more about it, but in summary, there's some amazing people out there willing to put their time, their volunteer time into some of these associations, ready to willing to share information and provide support in these different networks. I've shown there's 3. Everyone in this room would be welcome to attend some of our CANI or our UASA meetings. The UASA meetings, because everyone's spread across Europe, are virtual. So you would be absolutely welcome to that. And also, I think it was mentioned, the Forum on Education Abroad is another fantastic network. They have every other year in Europe, they have a conference. It was just last week in Milan, and it's really engaging and invigorating for those of us in the field. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much for letting me say those few words, and now I'll pass it back to our moderator.
Stephen, thank you so much. That was excellent. And I'm really, thanks to our IT folks and communications folks too for making it be pretty seamless. Ana Cristina Perdigão is the director of the Portuguese National Erasmus Plus Agency, and she's going to talk to us about supporting Portuguese higher ed internationalization.
I'd like to thank you for this, the invitation to participate on this event. It's really a great pleasure to be here, but it's also a great pleasure to work with you and Fulbright on this project, USAPT Campus. And we are really excited about this project and trying to make some valid contribution. Well, I bring you some information on the National Erasmus Agency and also on the Erasmus program, mainly thinking about the US attendees, of course. We work mainly to manage the Erasmus program in Portugal, of course, but we also are working now trying to support the internationalization of education and training, mainly on higher education. And for the US, we are on this project you have heard about, the USAPT campus in special. Also, we are working on the implementation of measures strengthening the housing in higher education. It's our newest competence and still well ongoing on the first steps. Not changing?
There we go.
Okay. About us, and why are we in this partnership with FLAD and Fulbright? Because really Erasmus is getting more and more international. It's looking more and more outside Europe and trying to make that experience of studying abroad out of Europe also available for European students, which is really, really important. Our main goals are to triple the mobility students by 2027, to increase the quality of partnerships and agreements, and to strengthen the European networks of higher education institutions, promoting articulation between education, research and development, innovation and labor market, having always in mind also the European Universities Initiative. We want, of course, to support thematic initiatives. I heard of Kenny before from Laura Rambley. She was in an event. She gave us the pleasure to be here in Portugal last May, I think. And I'm really excited about also this initiative and to find the connection points to work together. And we also, of course, are really interested on working with these international organizations like NAFSA, AIE, and so on. About the Erasmus program, you know what Erasmus is. More than 12 million students have been using it for the past 35 years. And we really, as I said before, are focused also on going international outside of Europe. It's a key instrument, of course, for the construction of European education area, and that will become an important tool, an important instrument to the internationalization also of higher education institutions in Portugal. Some figures about the billions. We have this huge amount of funding for higher for education and training institutions, and specifically for higher education. We have that amount of 34.6%, which is really important, 7.5 billion. And I think this is, well, having this program for such a long period, for 35 years, I think it really made some difference on the way of our students go and study abroad. I totally agree that sometimes we might be thinking about American students in a very, very protective way. Of course, I understand everything about liability and everything. It's really, really important. I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't be aware of that or do not be caring of that. But we have 35 years of exposing our students to diverse, to out of their zone of comfort in terms of in family terms, in institutional terms, and I think that really made some difference. And maybe in the United States things can go in this way too. I don't know. You know, we have the member countries of the Erasmus program, but all the other countries in the world are considered as partner countries, and we can do a lot of agreements and work with them. The higher education novelties in this phase of the Erasmus Plus program are also important for what we are discussing here today, because mainly the flexibility of mobility formats, the blended mobility, the blended intensive programs, the short-term doctoral, not just doctoral mobility, it might be a way to begin some partnerships with US institutions, higher education institutions, of course, because they are all funded from, of course, for outgoing students, for European students, but they might have their counterpart in the US system, and they can be a really good way to begin new agreements and new partnerships. Now have this possibility, as you probably know. We can spend up to 20% of the total funding allocated to go outside of Europe. It's different from the action we had before, which you know probably as ICM, International Credit Mobility. It's still ongoing, but it's a much smaller action with much less money, and it is a competitive process, so you don't are free to send your students to the United States unless you have be granted by this specific action. Well, short periods, of course, bigger periods, not a lot of money, as I said, to about 3%, but it's also important to stress that this ICM action is funded by the receiving countries. So it depends on the budget that the US wants to put on this specific action, as for all other countries. And as you see, there are other regions which are putting a lot more of money on this ICM action. Some numbers under ICM: incoming mobility, USA to Portugal, which is really low, and some information about the top sending higher education institutions in the US, and the opposite way, outgoing from Portugal to USA under the ICM, of course. Other actions, this one is centralized in Brussels, but it's important to talk about it, of course. The Erasmus Mundus Joint Master. The US institutions can be part of these projects, and also the US students can apply to Erasmus Mundus, even if an American institution is not part of the consortia and not part of the program. They are really interesting. They are really well funded. The grants are really interesting, and they really allow students to be abroad in a comfortable way. And this one, which I think it might be really a complement or something we can work together with Ensino Superior from FLAD, the higher education institutions now are funded to what they call the design measures. A year or before they apply for Erasmus Mundus project, they can afford some grants to work together, to make some visits on site, to do all the work we know it's really hard and was not previously was not funded. And the Jamone activities also available for US institutions working on themes of European integration, which are really a priority for the European Union, of course, to let people know more about what they are doing. And these modules, shares of centers and centers of excellence might be also a very good opportunity to work with US higher education institutions. And last, not maybe in the two more slides, about what we call Key Action 2, the partnerships in higher education, which is also funded by Erasmus and which is managed at national level, where we can have US partners for full partners on these partnerships, and are also a very good way to begin and to foster collaboration with higher education institutions across the Atlantic. The duration of these cooperation partnerships, and just one rule, 3 partners from 3 different countries. Of course, there must be an European coordinator. And these are the highlights of the Erasmus program, thinking about the US institutions and the collaboration we can have and within this great partnership we are developing with you and Fulbright. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Christine. That was great. Scott Blair is someone that I met recently when we shared a panel with Gary and I and Scott at Barcelona. And when I learned about what Scott has been doing with the CANI Association, I thought, this is very instructive for all of us back in Portugal who may not be so familiar with their efforts and how they built this network of collaboration. So, Scott, thank you.
All right, thank you. While they're sitting up there with the computer, I don't really have a large collection of slides here, just a website and a few pictures. But thank you again, Michael, very much. Thank you for FLAD, SIPN, and all of you here today for extending this invitation. It's a pleasure and an honor to be visiting Portugal with you here. First time in Portugal in my life. I've lived in Europe for 40 years and somehow never got down here. I have no explanation for that. I am personally humiliated by that, but I finally made it. And I even got my wife down here as well, so we're both enjoying the educational experience here with you all and the history and the culture and the good foods and wines of your lovely country, to which I will be returning rather soon. So just in a very brief presentation I will have here today, just a few words about myself. My name is Scott Blair. As you can tell, I have an American accent from the Midwest, but have lived really my entire professional career in Paris in US study abroad. Teaching for some 25 years in study abroad providers, French universities, American universities. I later transitioned into academic direction with a study abroad provider in Paris as academic director, and then transitioned into academic outcomes assurance, student learning outcomes assurance, and accreditation. I now work for a US accreditation agency doing K-12 accreditation in the Middle East and North African areas, both at the K-12 region and at the higher educational level as well. As Stephen mentioned, and as you mentioned as well, I'm also serving currently as the vice president for the CANI group, the Climate Action Network for International Educators, again based out of Paris. And I also have been doing some work with the SULI test, and I'll have more to say about that perhaps today, or if not tomorrow, because I will be speaking with you tomorrow morning on the subject that is very dear and close to my heart, that of integrating sustainability awareness, sustainability experiences into international education, embedding really the reality of the climate crisis into sort of the ethos and particularly the outcomes of international education. Can you just help me pull up this website? Is it just right here? I know you told me how to do that. Is it there? There we go. All right, all right. So let me just tell you a little bit of the story of Kenny, and it's sort of part of my own personal story as well. But it was really about 10 years ago, again, working in assessment and in study abroad, that I began to think more and more about, well, you know, what constitutes a quality education today? What are the attributes of a quality education? And obviously, for the many years before, we were very much focused on concepts like intercultural competence and language acquisition, global learning, learning how to encounter diversity and difference and engage with that in positive ways among and across cultures. So this took me into, obviously, sort of a new area of looking about, again, what constitutes a quality education beyond the type of sort of grades that I got when I was a student back in the 70s and the 80s. And about 10 years ago, I had this, admittedly late in life, sort of prise de conscience, this amazing awareness that something is not right in the world, something is taking place. And I got an education a little bit that I gave to myself on the nature of the climate crisis, the reality of the collapse of biodiversity. And I began then, and again, about 10 years ago, started making session proposals at the Forum on Education Abroad, NAFSA, EAIE, AIEA, APUAF, some of the other organizations around Europe, and began to sort of think, well, maybe we should think about study abroad as an opportunity in not only intercultural learning, maybe it's an opportunity to apply intercultural learning to a new type of purpose, a new type of goal. Again, intercultural competence, the whole Fulbright initiative, the entire reality of U.S. study abroad since World War II has really been trying to help teach Americans to engage with the world and help countries come together and realize that we all really have more to gain by working together than by fighting one another that had been so much the history of European society. The promise of international education has always been the peace mission. How do we survive the nuclear age specifically through education? And it sort of came to my awareness that so far so good. We haven't yet had a nuclear war on the continent of the world. I know we're all thinking the same thing right here with what's going on in Ukraine right now. But it seemed to me that a new emerging theme, a new emerging agenda, a new emerging purpose of education abroad was beginning to come over the horizon. How do we use this, not only study abroad, but education generally, K-12, I mean, the entire educational enterprise needs to be thinking about the reality of climate change and what is taking place. So I started making sessions like this, and they were politely, some of them were politely denied, some were politely accepted. One at the Forum conference in Athens, we had a total of 7 people that came to our session. After hours and hours of preparation and online meetings, getting it ready, 7 people showed up. 4 of them were from my own circle of friends. So, you know, but it was there. It was in the program. It was sort of, you know, something you could read and then engage with if you so desired. And then over the years, I began to realize that occasionally in a program, I'd see someone else was doing a session on this. And then a third, and then a fourth. And I began to realize that there are other people out there that are concerned about this and are trying to find a way to build this into the experience. So this all really started at the EAIE conference, where it finally sort of crystallized back in Helsinki in 2019. Where we pulled together a group of 6 educators who, again, had this on their radar over the past years. And if you know EAIE, they have a session that's called the Ignite session. It's a panel of 6 people. Everyone presents, I think it was 25 slides, but the slides automatically advance every 15 seconds. And everyone gets 25 slides. So as you see, what it is, it's planned and organized brainstorming. You can't just go on and on about your institution or your student numbers or your programming. It's really something about, let's just throw out these ideas and spark and ignite ideas and connections and hopes and fears. So that actually brought us together. And after that session, we had more than 7 people that time. We maybe had 40 in that. Luckily, we had a good time slot. And that was what sort of finally brought us together in sort of a physical way, where we had time then to sit down, organize, and say, let's create an organization that is focused upon this. So this is the outcome of that event, the Climate Action Network for International Educators, or CANI, that has been around really since Helsinki, 2019. And admittedly, we spent a lot of time building the website, getting organized, creating chapters, all of those things you need to sort of formalize an organization, the website, structure, and chapters. We then began, of course, creating online events. The CANI website actually has lots of live resources. You can see some of our past events, short videos and training sessions that are open to the public. So training sessions, we created some working groups as well. Stephen, for instance, if he's still with us, I'm sure he is, created one of the working groups on how to think about counting carbon in your study abroad programs. And he's done a great deal of work and is publishing, in conjunction with a number of his colleagues, a work to come out quite soon on counting carbon calculations for U.S. study abroad. So something that will be useful and valuable to the entire field. There was another working group we created on trying to map out what are all of the various points where carbon awareness, the climate crisis, biodiversity might actually have its place in our orientations, in our classes, in the sites we decide to take our students to, our social activities. So we're trying to map out, recognizing that we have essentially 3 constituencies in study abroad. We have the sending institution, we have the host institution, and we have the student in the middle. So here are 3 different institutions that can embrace the reality of the climate crisis and begin to respond in positive ways. Plus, we also have 3 different stages in which study abroad takes place: the pre-departure, the on-site, and the post. So that's another sort of 3 dimensions. 3 times 3, 9. We have 9 maps that sort of link all of the different initiatives, case studies, things to think about, things to possibly do during orientation, or how can you embed this into housing, how can you embed this into excursions, how can we embed this into assessment, obviously what can we do in the curriculum and our co-curricular activities. So lots of areas of essentially trying to call our entire field together and say, this is a place where we want to dump all of our good ideas. That's an ongoing effort, and I welcome anyone who wants to join me in filling out those incredibly complex Excel sheets that I'm working on. We're also looking for funding as well. CANI is an entirely volunteer grassroots organization, so everyone's got their day job or multiple other jobs. It's a struggle, so we are looking for funding. So if anyone out there knows of any places we should be sent to and knocking on doors, please let us know. Now, in 2021, we established, and this is a little bit more to the point here, the CANI Accord. I won't walk you through the website. You can do that on your own. If you'd like, certainly. Well, there you see, the signatory listing, become a signatory, the CANI Accord documents, the web version, frequently asked questions. It is essentially a declaration of principles of intent for all organizations within international education to accept the reality of the climate change and then to commit to taking certain actions. And there's a list of actions you can choose from according to your mission, your values, your priorities, your resources. But you commit to signing up to these and then engaging in carrying those out. And we don't come and check every 6 months whether you're actually, we believe you're doing this because you believe in it, not because you're trying to get any recognition or applause. So it's an entirely voluntary effort, but you can go in and find the numbers of different countries. Maybe, thank you. Can you find the page of who has signed the accord already? Signatory listing right up there at the top. And obviously, I invite all of you. You can't join the CANI Accord as an individual. It's an institutional effort. You can certainly support this individually. But you can then see some of the organizations that have signed this. You will be posted on our website. There are universities, there are providers. The Forum on Education Abroad has been very supportive of this. So too has the European Association for International Education. So your institution can go up here as well. This doesn't cost you anything, certainly not to sign up. It might cost you something if you actually take on a commitment that requires some changing in your operations or the way you procurement, or stop using paper, or change your photocopiers, whatever it may be. So this was one of our big initiatives, and again, I very much invite you to join this initiative. Go to the CANI website. We are looking for signatories for the CANI Accord. We're also looking for members just to join CANI. CANI is organized now. Originally, it was sort of an amorphous, sort of a global association, but either we in Europe or those in Australia got tired of doing meetings at 3:30, 3 a.m. in the morning. We said, this is crazy. We need a European chapter, and we need a North American chapter. And we have sort of an Australian, Oceania, and New Zealand chapter as well, and we're looking to expand our chapters. Is anyone here a member of CANI? Okay, not yet. Who's? Go to the website, and fill out that form. Doesn't cost you anything, and then you get access behind our firewall. We've got all sorts of resources and documents and tools and the unfinished work on the mapping, but a lot of good resources and a lot of good information that I think you'll find very, very useful. So join individually. We would love to find as well someone who could be the Portugal country coordinator. To help reach out to institutions here in Portugal, both to find additional members, individual members, and to find institutions who would universities or study abroad providers. Love to have FLAD, love to have SIPN, love to have the Fulbright Commission in Portugal sign up to this, or Erasmus. I'm looking for members to join us in this endeavor. Now, one of the initiatives as well that we did was the travel with CANI. I'm still actually wearing my little button that I got on this, because the EAIE conference was taking place in Barcelona. And this started about 6 or 7 months ago, and we began to realize that all of these people going to these conferences, so many are flying, taking EasyJet and what have you to these destinations. And we sort of said, well, surely we can get to these destinations by train. Europe has a very dense rail network. The distances aren't that great. The landscape is beautiful. In some places, we have high-speed trains in France powered by nuclear-generated electricity. Let's create this initiative called the Travel with CANI Initiative. Thank you for my we practiced all day yesterday. So the idea here was then to sign up here. You actually would sign up, and there's a little application there that you put in your destination, your travel dates, comparing to how much it would be a car, bus, or train, or aircraft. So it actually calculates how much carbon you are saving by taking the train to the destination compared to the airplane. And then we had targets for our first conference was at EAIE in Barcelona, and the second one just last week with the Forum on Education Abroad in Milan. So we signed up to this. I signed up. Now, it was easy for me. I'm in Paris. So a high-speed, comfortable TGV takes me all the way to the train station in Barcelona. So that wasn't very hard for me. Stephen, however, and Stephen, if you're still with us, again, my heart goes out to you, how much you invested in this. And there were even some of those who came actually farther from Stephen, because Stephen was in Dublin, but others came from Galway. So a train from Galway to Dublin, at 2 o'clock in the morning ferry across the Irish Sea, an early morning train to London, change of train stations, getting on then, remember, this is taking place in the times of both the UK strikes and the French strikes, those are pretty much a common. High-speed Eurostar down to Paris. I picked up Stephen at the airport at about 7 o'clock at night, dashed off to a French restaurant, had a great meal, and then got up the next morning to get a 6:47 train out to go to Barcelona. We arrived on time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with majestic views of the Alps and the snow-capped peaks. And once we separated the train, and it's a two trains connected until it gets to Perpignan. And then in Perpignan, they leave half the train behind and the other half goes on to Barcelona. Once we did that, we then walked through the train, and there are some pictures here on the desktop. You need to cancel that, close that page, or just make it smaller. And there, if you could pull up that first picture. So we walked through the train between Perpignan and Barcelona. We had, as you see, we had the little box down here that was promoting the Travel with Canny initiative. Walking through the entire train, I don't know, climate awareness makes you crazy. I normally wouldn't walk through an anonymous train trying to identify people in the train who might be going to the same conference that I'm going to, but we did. We walked through there and said, is anyone going to the EAIE conference? And some people said, oh yeah, we are. And said, that's great. So we're gonna meet down at the end of the, outside of train car number 17 when we arrive in Barcelona for a group picture. We went through the entire train. Of course, we knew there were already 5 or 6 of us. We were in the car together having coffees and what have you, and so pleased with ourselves that we had a low carbon footprint and how proud we were. And you see the outcome there. There are more than you actually see in this picture, but there must have been 35 or 40 people that were traveling by train. Now, not all of them necessarily knew about the Canny Accord and knew about the Travel with Canny initiative, but they were doing the right thing, whether they were doing that on purpose or just because it was convenient. People saw how enthusiastic this group was. There might be people in here that weren't even going to the EAI conference, but we're sort of saying, hey, this sounds like an interesting conference. This sounds like a good initiative. I'm going to join and see what this is all about. And then this moved on to the next stage because although some of us already knew this in advance, we're very pleased with the next photo, Gary. Just go. Yeah, there should be an arrow. You can just click to the next one. So we were very pleased to learn that Michelle Stewart, who is the outgoing president of the European Association for International Education, awarded Canny the President's Award for this year's recognition of an organization, a body, an initiative, a program, a university that was doing good work in advancing the cause and vision of international education. So this was one of the 4 awards that was delivered at a very lovely reception, again sponsored by EAIE up in one of the art foundations overlooking Barcelona. A very nice speech. I have the clip on my phone. I tried to get it up here, but it's too heavy. It wouldn't go through the internet. But you can imagine Michelle Stewart as well, again, commending Canny for alerting our field and continuing to bring together professionals in the effort to maintain this agenda and this initiative in the minds and in the hearts of us all as one of the greatest challenges humanity has ever faced. And we international educators, I think, have a primary role to play in not only alerting society to this fact and to this reality, but directing resources and people and energy to addressing this and finding solutions to this. And if you go just to the next picture as well, we all got together. You'll probably recognize a few of the people there for a very early morning breakfast of the Canny group that was traveling to Barcelona for this conference. So this is a family of really, lovely and impassioned and motivated people. Not that you have to join Canny to be any of those things, but it certainly has joined together in this notion of what really constitutes an intentional community. This is very much an intentional community that has been focused on something very much at our hearts. And I'm almost, willing to suggest that it's almost a therapeutic group, because if anyone spends much time meditating on the climate crisis, it's pretty depressing. It can be very sad, which I will share with you tomorrow morning. I have a very sad and depressing PowerPoint presentation at 10 o'clock tomorrow, I believe, is the time. So this really isn't. This is my upbeat talk on Canny. The downbeat one is tomorrow morning. But again, sometimes that's important to do, so that we recognize the size of the problem, the urgency, the danger that our society and our world faces in the face of climate crisis. Well, I'm not going to go there now. I'm absolutely not. We also, just to remind you, we have a Climate Action Week coming up in late November because, as you know, COP27 is about to take place in Egypt between November 6 and 18. So if you sign up now, you can receive invitations to those presentations that will be very new and very current. So let me just conclude. Again, when we build these intentional communities, as we all are doing in our various professional lives, I think we're building these communities in order to create change. We want to change something from this status quo. We don't have enough enrollment, we don't have enough money, we don't have enough partnerships. We're trying to change our priorities, changing the nature of the world we face. And an organization like this, I recommend to you, and you may have others like this, because again, these are all volunteers, very busy people with very big jobs, and yet, well, we actually have sort of a therapy group for those of us who are getting fired because we're not doing our normal job. We do have sort of a support group for that. And you'd be surprised. I'm only half kidding on that because of the nature and the importance of this topic is so important. So what this group is very valuable, and I would suggest this is maybe something to take away from intentional communities in general. What can we do that sort of creates positive disruption? Because many things need to be disrupted. The world is not right. We are not going in the right direction. There are serious problems ahead of our various societies, and we need to find ways to address these, to prioritize these, get these onto our radar, recognizing that we have to hold down our day jobs as well that may actually be requiring us to do sort of business as usual activities that might actually be part of the problem in terms of established habits and traditions of how we function. So as I say, Kenny has been very good sort of to share our anxiety, particularly during COVID. It was a place where we could continue to meet together. We have weekly meetings at the leadership levels, and then at the sort of the country meetings or the regional meetings. Those take place pretty much every month. So I guess my final takeaway here is that we need a group like this. It doesn't have to be Canny, and I hope you have other groups like this, but we need groups that really create a passion that is ours, that is really not a part of our job description, but it's really a part of the essential success that we're trying to achieve. We need to feel that we are doing something that has a profound impact. And I think international education is already a good foundation for that. Education is supposed to transform the world. The problem is the educational structures this is a downer point. The educational structures we have created in the last several hundred years, nevertheless has brought us to the climate crisis we are at. Our educational systems and our learning outcomes have not made us ecologically aware of what's taking place. So this is the type of organization that allows us to bring together that passion. It's not really a part of our job description to do this, but it's really a part of our sense of personal empowerment and meaning, and something that we share with others. So I invite you all to join us at Canny and to join my very sad and depressing story tomorrow morning as well about that. And I thank you very much for the time to say that.
Scott, that was great. I'm hesitant to make an executive call here. We're a relatively small group, and normally we would now enter into a Q&A session, but it's been a long day, and I'm wondering, we're relatively small, we are all very approachable. I'm thinking instead of a formal Q&A session, why don't we start the cocktail now?
Yeah.
And, and we can just chat informally with each other in small groups. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, the cocktail is upstairs in the dining area that's overlooking the Tejo River.